Thank you, Tori. Of course, here, let me fix this right here. There we go. I want to thank you guys for an awesome. Well, here, let me say hello. And I also want to bring up a few other things that I didn't plan, which I really don't. Really don't plan anyway. Mm, which is it's funner that way. It's funner. It's the build back better way. So yeah, if you were playing that song in me head, touche. That's great. Uh, Fleetwood song, our song we've been playing lately, "Room on Fire." It's got this little jingle, this real cute little jingle. I just like it. I like it a lot. Had a good feeling about that one. Um, let's see. There was something else I wanted to bring up. Right off the bat. Um, yeah, these people, all this. I just got, and of course I know that people are depressed. I see in that people are doing things that just harming themselves and oh beloved, please, just hang on a little bit, just a little longer. We got some good people trying to make their rounds, get things rolling, um, and yourselves becoming, whether you know it or not. Just hang on. Don't forfeit salvation over a lie that you're being fed, spoon fed, really, and ear fed and chemically fed. And so when you're not thinking right, it's because you're not in your right mind. And it starts with, well, first spirit prayer, and then you start working your way into trying to trying to get as much healthy food into your body as you can, while they're trying to. Anyway, I don't want to get too far off track. So I want to thank Casey again this morning, along with Tori. And I apologize. I just have had so much to do. My brother, my cousin Forrest, he's moving to Arkansas, and I'm going to help him. He just closed on a deal, and I've got permission to tell. He just closed on a deal last night. We kind of celebrated. It was a blessing, on a fourplex down there that he's going to use to rent out while he's waiting for his house here to clear, so that he can get a little more, a little more oomph. So they'll let him swing that bat on the house. But it's all a go. He's got a beautiful home. He just got done basically just bringing out a condemnation. It's absolutely gorgeous. Three, like I said, three big garage, and just all ready for lifts and everything. It's he'll get a half a million for it, easy. So hopefully within 45 days. But so I've been real busy. He's wanting me to go down and help him, uh, just kind of clean up and do some packing, and then um, so that's going on. Plus, I got to take my test, which has not been very easy for me. I'm listening to the audio version of the Washington State driver's license. Pardon me, Washington State driver's license. Like I said again, I don't remember it being that difficult. This difficult. But I've had my license again for so long. I lost it when I was going to Mutual Materials, and then never got it back. And just once I got pissy about it, I just never tried to get it, because I didn't like the idea that one cop gave me three tickets that were all different colors. So, but yeah, so that's a challenge for me to get that. It's a 40. It's like it's crazy on how some of these questions, and I've realize now, listening to it a couple times, that they're just some of them are just they're kind of almost not really trick questions, but questions that just make you think. Which those are actually the easiest ones for me. It's the ones that I can't believe that you would have to know to. So pray for me on that, and of course my friend Kenny down in Aberdeen. Um, he's going. It's There's a lot of stuff going on. I don't even like saying the word. I don't even like saying the word because yeah. But again today, I heard through, and I try to stay very focused and very selective um, and disciplined on what I watch and what I hear, and that's why I have to stay out of because when I just don't. And after a while, you can just say stuff, and you just have to just stay. People are have their own deal, and that's fine with me. I just can't. I just have to limit myself. But what I heard today about all the suicide that's going on, and I knew it was happening. It's always been happening, but it's going on now. You know, just just uh, just as it would have wanted, not as fast as it would have liked, but because we're all getting off our duffs and doing what we should be doing to pray and spread the good news through our obedience and being you just start to become like articulate and just forming things because we're not being conformed, we're being transformed every day by the renewing of our minds, or not. It's a beautiful choice that this what's kept me and us on this path here with mercy, grace, and a little bit of kick ass to go with it now, because you just where much is given. I really like the way that here it like that sound, how that sounds. I'm so vain. I just like how I sound. It really does make kind of a difference on that. But yeah, I'm praying and pray for Kenny. The suicide stuff. I need to get moving. So a lot of us are ready to heal people from that not just with sound, because faith does come by hearing, but the people who want to hear, they're done hearing to an extent. That's just like I said, it's a stage now because it's retard. It's caused people to be so damn retarded. There's one that's been in special ed calling people retarded, but it's really what it is. They're just not firing on. They're not firing right. Their timing is off, and when that timing's off and things are out of beat, just like now, I suggested that for him to be his, but he don't care. He's just too busy thinking. But they know now. They know. They're starting to realize, man, we're not getting any of this shit right here. This ain't, because this is shit. We've turned it all to shit. And yeah, they're all waking up too fast for and then the ding dong. He can't. He's like, man, he thought the plug was going to be pulled. Ultimately, wow. When I came to that revelation, I was like, wow, it's just that simple. And he's like, yep, it's that simple. It's that love story. And old Pluto was yep, trying to catch old Popeye slipping, because I eats me spinach. No, he's wanting that bride. He's coming in there, and there's enough of us now waking up, becoming exactly what's getting it to just straight flip. It's smooth flipping out. You can see it. Oh, and thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much. And yes, I decided to take your advice and share your video, but I don't have time a lot anymore to be watching. I know I need to make time, but there's things that are going on in it, and I'm going to be moving along. I got to get this license going, and just I got to get, and I got to sit and listen to it enough to where it goes into, because it's 40 questions and they're not going to all be the same. And I shouldn't, I'm not gonna try to cheat it and write everything on the back of one of these bottles, because can you imagine? Just be more trouble than what it's worth, and it's not right anyway. So if need be, I'll just pay the lady up at the front desk to just no, I'm just kidding. If you knew how it used to be back in the old days, it still is in some ways, man. You never even had to. If that stuff looked good up there and they could pick it and they go, all right, it looks good enough, you could almost get anything. You could get anything pink. So you could get any. You can be swapping pinkies with anybody. Man, I'm gonna have to maybe pull that down here in a second. It's nice though, because there ain't nothing but clouds around there. I don't know how that sun's coming through there, but I'm gonna take it and roll with it. So yeah, the suicide thing. Oh man, and I don't even like saying that. So I've been praying and praying. I'll be fasting along with Steven and Millie. Hopefully you've gotten your letter. I've been praying. It doesn't say when. Uh, so you're not stressed out. And yeah, you're gonna need a bigger board. It's like the old boy said, "Oh, we're gonna need a bigger shark dude a dot dot whatever. We're gonna need a bigger rubber baby buggy bumper, because yeah, that's for sure, a bigger board." But I just, like I said, I just got rid of the gargoyles. I sent them away a long time ago. And when I think of gargoyles, I think of that Zoom Whiz. I mean Zoom. I used to watch Zoom when I was a kid. That was pretty cool, actually. When they had the little cooking, they always had a little cooking episode on there. Zoom. It was a good little deal. That was a good clean thing for your. I wonder if they still, you could find that. They probably have it somewhere on an archive somewhere. So yeah, you're getting bigger board. That's funny. Hopefully you got that and know now if that was you stressing. And I like to get to a lot of them. Sometimes I'm led to stop if I'm doing my, because with the baby and stuff and everything, and Donnie and stuff. The things are a little, and I have to, because I can't live a certain way. Not when not when if I am under a roof. And anybody's under it with me, there's not going to be any. I'm not, like I said. I can show you right. Everything isn't all mommy dears, but I don't do it. I don't do it. I don't like dirty stuff overnight sitting around. I don't. I'm not tripping. I'm not flipping out before the Christmas wrapping paper hits the floor, like I've seen some people that are just. I'm literally in their pocket, and I'm like, God, please get me out of here. This is a nightmare. Please, Lord, please get me out of here. And they're just waiting. They're just like, the minute that hits, oh, let me get that, and I'm just like, relax, just sit down and just sit back. You're ruining the whole moment. So yeah, whiteboard. That's funny. And so that song, if you were playing that, it has a good little jingle. I like it. But I've always liked Fleetwood Mac. Like I said, when Shane Santic, he was a good kid. His sister went to the high school there, and up just she'd just walk up the hill, and then that creek also ran down into the sound. We would raft it and stop along the way and have a fire and lunch and get back in the raft and back down, and underneath the apartment, you go right underneath the apartments that are still there. They probably fenced it all up so no kids are doing what we were doing, and you fish all the way down that thing into the sound. And it was pretty cool. He turned me on to Fleetwood Mac. He goes, "Oh, you've never?" I said, "Who's that on that poster?" Like I said, he said, "That's." He goes, "Oh, you want to you want to fill this?" Yeah, I said, "Hell yeah, I want to check that out." I was just listening to records on my little. I was just spinning vinyl, and but boy, this it was good. This might have been an 8 track of Kenwood. Uh, uh, I doubt it was reel to reel. It might have been a record, but boy, when I heard that, I was like, yeah, this has got a nice little jingle to it. Yeah, I've always kind of liked it. Fleetwood Mac and Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks is she's well, I ain't gonna get into all that stuff, but yeah, she did a lot of good things for that band, that's for sure. So a lot of good things all the way around. Lord uses whom He chooses. So let's see what else here. Let me look. What else before I get? Because yeah, that suicide thing. I'm praying and fast, and I don't. And still, always for Brandy's 9-year old, and got them all, Lynn and Barbara, and I've got a list, Millie, all of you guys, all the people I love, and whom I'm in love with. I just I just don't want to leave you out. Of course, there's so many people that He knows, and so I don't get caught up in that because that's a guilt trip that the enemy would have you. Oh, what about all this? I've sat before for hours and prayed because I thought that that's what I needed to do, and he let me do the whole thing too, the whole thing. Went through the whole thing, and then laughed, very lovingly laughed at me and said, "You don't have to do that when you're led to do it." And then so, but this was a while ago, so yeah. Oh, laughing in a way that we're gonna laugh like you wouldn't believe, an everlasting, true, real guttural, good, good, hearty laugh. Like, lay him down, Norton. Oh, after a while, she hated that because it was a cleanup. It was a cleanup that she did not want and knew was coming if some of us got together. So, yeah, Ken, we got to pray for him because I just when stuff, you just plus not to mention, like I said yesterday, wow, it's amazing. Uh, like I said, I still get amazed less and less each day, but like the thing I realized today that the Lord said He waited, He waited for it. It was like an hour later, He just slapped me up with it, and I went, "Oh man, that's what that meant." That bit of honey? Is that what that meant? Now I could be wrong, but I just got it and I went, "Oh, that was pretty slick. You waited for that." Yeah, it was like gobstopper. It just a nice little treat for you today, and then for them also. So they yeah, I'm definitely going to need a bigger board. But after a while you just stop the madness. After a while you just say, "Okay, wait a minute. This is yeah, they can't. That's why they're tried to stop all that." Whew, Big Daddy's in the house. uh Uses the most funny how the Lord uses whom He chooses. He'll just use the old David, and his the bear, the lion, and then Goliath. Of course, just like Medusa, that head had to come smooth off. It's off now. It's off. It's been writhing around a while and still has tentacles and a few things that we got to hack. We got to get, just like it up in the frozen tundra. That was, like I said, that was one of the first movies. That lady that when I was up there at Burroughs Hill and went to parents' house on Mercer Island. Oshkosh Bagosh, they all had, like I said, even the brother was he was a martial art expert. It was on, he had all kinds of, on magazines he had on his workout room, and his, they were, and there that counselor was. She brought that movie in. I thought about you and Overboard when, thought, wow, you know, the stuff that you learn, just like I had no idea. Like when I wore that shirt way back in the summer and stuff like that, I had just gotten that from the old man. And he got that from the Roadhouse up here. Year, you know, not that that's, you know, it's a whole nother, you know, I know it's a Patrick Swayze, but still, it's the thing. You might as well be the same. And so I just have always, and that happens. It just, I'll be going somewhere, just driving somewhere and enjoying, you know, just being lost in the, in being lost and going, man, where am I going? Where am I going? Now, listen, I need to stop because it doesn't happen that often, but when it does, it doesn't take long, probably 30 seconds. I'm like, oh, okay. That's Snickle Fritz. Sit down, smoke this with me. Snickle Fritz. My son said, Dad, you got to check this out. I'm like, oh, nothing tops Friday. You just, I used to, I'd worn that out years ago. I don't watch it any, but that's why I laugh when I said, you know. Anyway, so yeah, I got to get down there and help him pack. I got to get my license. Stuff's happening with my daughter's car. You know, just stuff, just life on life's terms. Nothing to string a rope over. You know, well, and here's the thing, string a rope over and nothing to. Wow, that was ridiculously retarded. Anyway, so yeah, I got to get and start getting things rolling because there's this. Once I get on the on a little bit more with Mike, my roommate here in Shelton, about lighting of the lamps ministry and all I've, and what I really started seeing in its totality, why I had come back and turned myself in for this very sentence, that I was still very surprised that I had gotten, and had already messed up when I was there, but I was not letting that dude do punk me at all. I didn't care how it was going to turn out. It wasn't happening that way at all. Not to mention that would have been what it would have done. It would have been hard. It would have been, well, I'm not going to go there. We'll do a week on that stuff on a prison segment. A week that'll, I'm not, again, I'm not bragging because like I said, there's some, I seen these people, and I wasn't trying to dig anybody with just ridiculous stuff that people were paying for. I'm not talking about, and it's, maybe it's, people would think the same thing about this, the sites that Tori jumped on, but I just happen to like music, and hey man, I'm with all that. So it don't matter. But what I had seen, and I didn't see it on purpose, it just happened when I was going to Twitch. I was like, "Are you serious?" And this, I just, I don't know. And this, she had a, and the stuff, and I know what they're. It's just retarded. It's ridiculous. And again, it's just my opinion. But like some of them songs, and I'm gonna try to get and share in Shelton that they kept pumping over and over at this local radio station in Shelton. And these were suicidal songs. These songs were, they were, well, anyway, I'll wait because they're these I would never consider this rap. It's rap, all right. It's a rap, all right. I would never ever. And once in a while they turn on the country deal, and I much would rather would hear that. Sorry, uh, some of the music that it depends on the country station, of course, too, and what year they were playing and what lineup, because that could be a real sorry state of affairs also for someone that's in prison if you're not in the right mind anyway. And a lot of these fools weren't in the right mind. But but yeah, before I get to onto that, about the ministry, about the this movement, this it's way beyond what I ever thought, and Mike would have ever thought also when we were. But the vision that I got when we were sitting there talking at night, I was like, I see it, man, I see it. He goes, and he's like, you do? And I said, yeah, I see this, and this. He's like, yeah, that's what I was seeing too. And I said, yep. And it's big, and it's going to be big. Well, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself because there's a few things I want to address. But we got to pray for anybody that's dealing with demonic mental health, demonic stealth forces that are the same thing that had my head spinning like a top right down this hall for sometimes it would go in and out for weeks. I'm telling you, people, it was something else, but I just kept crying out, and the Lord, yeah, I guess it almost was like Job. I guess it was like, all right, man, he can take quite the beating spiritually and such, because I didn't really know that's what was going on. And then once I passed, I guess I started rounding second. I started realizing a few more things, and been privileged enough to realize it, and went, oh yeah, I see. And so then I started stepping out a little more in faith, and more stuff started happening. I was like, just like when I started drinking this water, I was like, wow. And when I didn't do it, it's when I noticed the direct effect there, right there, by not doing it, by just not doing it, just like their response to certain things you'll say. They're telling you anyway, but you can almost, because the it's not it's like, oh, stop, but they can't, because it's part of the their demise is now part of our enlightenment. It's what's winning people and calling them to cry out. And so it's completely, like I said, the script has been so flipped upside down that something about birthday cake too just came to mind on Tori. If it's your birthday, if it's I apologize. I just had so much going on last night and everything, with the baby and everything. I'm trying to be, and then deal with stuff. And I knew about that bottle having the wrong top. They look exactly the same, these bottles. And so that's what got me angered about the whole thing, is that it was something really simple, and it had reminded me about how I have overreacted so many times in the past over something so simple that was not only affecting me and people around me, but like people even in, like I said, I heard, look up Einstein, go ahead, just look on up, look over, and oh man, are you serious? That's right. So this is there's always somebody listening, and there's always somebody watching. And then I realized later on that it's even goes deeper than that, that everything's being recorded. It's being We're being watched and listened, all right. And I'm not talking about these Fruit Loops that just chimed in, more than likely. And pardon me, I'm just going to take just a little gander at the goose. Oh yes, yeah, NASA Live. Oh, how special. How special. So um and then they try to just because, see, here's what happens, my beloved. Here's what happens, or here's what they want to happen. They don't want, it's like a Ouija board. And I'm going to do a whole segments on that, on Ouija boards that I used. And some of that is why I had to sleep with the Mexicans over on, because I'd really scared the crap out of a few of the brothers over there. Said, that is not possible with this dude. And I said, I didn't do anything. This just happened through here. So, but I don't want to get off track. Um, And I just did, son of a gun. But we're gonna come back around like it always does, as far as east is to the west. The suicide deal, we're not doing that no more. We're gonna stop that. People are waking up. Oh man, talking about feeling these prayers. That's right. Things that are going on, packing and everything. Yeah, it's just getting. And I still want. I'm needing to do this. It needs to be done. So yeah, I'm having to be real. I have to do what I'm led to do and say what I'm led to say, and still navigate all, life on life's terms, and then all these yahoos who it's losing its luster, and all its little teeth are starting to. It's been spitting them out like chiclets for a long time, but uh, there's some other stuff also. I don't want to lose this here because it's like I feel like I'm missing something, which you know it does come back around. So I don't stress on it too much. I'll just move right along because that's what you have to do. You can't get caught up in the. You have to just move right along. They want you to get stagnated and get that because then you start feeling sorry for yourself, and then you start wanting to feel better about yourself, and then starts happening. You gotta. Oh, they're back now. Just hopping around. Yeah, like I said, I've never seen that species of bird ever. Oh yeah, it's a robin. They say it's just another variety we've had here. And I said, oh really? I've never ever seen that variety of bird ever. And I started seeing them, I think, about 4 years ago. Yeah, about 4 years ago. Never, ever, ever out of all this time, never have seen one ever. Come on, man. You'd think I'd see at least one. So let's see. Casey, yeah, Casey, that was awesome. That was awesome. And going to those, it's just the love and just all the truth that people are starting to become, and you can see it. It's not even so much what they're saying. They're seeking wisdom and power through one another, and we're all just starting to unite, and there's nothing to be jealous about, sweetheart. There's nothing. I really hope you got that by now. It doesn't say what time, but it says the 27th. What I thought, I didn't notice that. I probably should have, but yeah, like I said, we just keep just contact me somehow, some way. Um, I just do so we can move forward and get to the and find out if we're going to just continue, with, and then we're just going to continue either way. So that's when we're good. It's all good either way. But yeah, I just got so much that I need to do and stay in service. That's the other thing, people. And serving one another. It's even writing a prisoner in you don't even know. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but no, it sounds crazy. It's that song, Christopher Cross, just went right through my mind, but it's true. And when you get caught, I was actually thinking about that Arthur earlier when I was telling you about this, who the Lord was using. I thought about that. He said, "You son," and Arthur, little short little Arthur that nobody would have expected would fall in love with that woman. Just giving it, just not caring at all. Just could have had everything. Still can and will, was and will forever be. It's just the way it is. Was. So yeah, sweetheart, mm, we just got to get moving. You gotta step on out, step up, Remember what Trey said? It's going to show off and show out. And that's what we do. You did when you stood up and said, "Look around, just look. Look, it's right next to you." That was a pretty bold thing to say. It really, really was, is, and will forever be, always right next to you. Always. Because we are truth, and he's just coming back. He's going to, right now, he's very pleased about that mirrored image that's happening. And I kind of think that's what that was now, huh? Is that what I get? Is that? Well, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. And TikTok, I seen that. I seen a lot of stuff, but I'm trying to, because I run a little late sometimes, because whatever reason. So I gotta make sure I keep myself healthy. So I gotta do what I gotta do, and not let just well, I'll just do it tomorrow. That stuff that's got me in trouble before. So that's not going to happen. If I got to do push, I got to do them, and then so I got to be away from, and then the audio will mess up. But I like to spend when she's on, Tori's on. I want to be on there because I'm believing you're on there, and I just want to spend time with you. So that's what I do. Even if the audio is cutting out and the video is, I just, and then I still, there's stuff I need to do, so I'll catch what I can on the chat, and then until I'm just like I said, I don't I don't like to force anything. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I don't never been trying to force my will or Heavenly Father's will on anybody, but time is of the essence. We're all not getting any younger. We got 120 years. We will eventually, but I mean, as far as, and that's how this is gonna that's how this is gonna work. Well, it's gonna work either way, but I'm just saying that's how this is. That's how this is happening. So, but I'm so happy just to be alive and to love you guys and love you. Oh, Millie, I really do. Very much. Very, very, very much. So that, I don't know. I don't even want to assume that because I want to be careful. Like I said, when I wrote that, I meant so I wouldn't walk on eggshells so that we could get this ball extremely rolling. So I could just, it's not that I can't be myself. That's not it. It's just I've been kind of having kid gloves and governing myself when it comes to certain things because I don't, and rushing back and getting back so that I could make sure you're maybe not stressed out about something that you might have read into because I care about how you feel. And I'm starting to feel other people's feelings have for a while, and starting to see people the way our Father is, just the way people are starting to see that also, where they're becoming to see that they're they're becoming that, those eyes, his ears, and his form and vehicle of communication through the, and I say it, I'll just vessel, conduit, vehicle, instrument, and that's how it happens. And you see, you always got those that, well, he's the, yeah, well, of course we know he's the of the air. We understand that, but it's just, and some of them know the Bible real well, way, way, way better than I do. But it's not about that. It's about wisdom, living plumb true wisdom that you can only get when you live by faith. When you just step out and you just go for it, like old Peter. Once you just start rocking and rolling, yeah, the boat baby, rock the boat, tip the boat over. We used to play that all the time. the lake, Angle Lake, where I seen the mountain. Now I'm gonna end up getting just going back, and I'm gonna have to do like I said. I'll it's going to be this movement. Once we get to that point, you'll see what this vision that it started to manifest itself and continues to grow and counting. It's just manifesting itself right here. Original Dominion. It's of course the twinkling of an eye. It's all going to be just all new, and everything's going to be new. But it's got to have something to stay. It's got to have something to step down onto, and be welcomed. There's something he's gonna swing that sickle on something, and that's just and I won't go into too much detail because that I'm not even led to speak on that, but things aren't always what they seem, and yeah. So oh yeah, brother Bruce on John Hall and Cutting Edge. I watched that. I did watch that again, like I said I was going to, and like I believe you'll end up watching this. Um, and Little Jesuses. That's really, you're right. You're absolutely right. I did, but see, here's the thing, and I apologize. I didn't have time to sit down because I had to get all my stuff going, so I can stay right up here for you guys. And the only way I can do that is seek ye first there, and I have to keep that straight. So I have to keep my body straight, and I have to do certain things, and that. But I was listening. I'll crank this volume on that up on that projector up there, and I got two speakers through this cheap little mud duck uh, computer here, and I'll just go do my thing. That's what I do with Tori most of the time, also to let you know, FYI. And then I'll move that curtain back because it's pretty thick. I've got a thing for it's almost like a you'd have to see it. It's like almost like a small sound barrier type curtain. Um, but so that I can hear when I'm doing you know, so because the audio sometimes cuts in and out on on my um, on the old Sally port here. The phone. So yeah, so I listen to that, and then I'm able to get to do what I need to do, and otherwise I'll have my headphones in. If it's clear, then I'll just put my headphones in and hold my phone and or put it in my pocket, and then when I hear something I need to, then I'll look, or if I'm led to stop what I'm doing and pull my phone out of my pocket and look at the live chat and respond to it, then I will. And sometimes I've responded to stuff that like I already know I have that you've thought I was, and you've read completely wrong into it. That's why it's so important that we actually talk and meet, regardless of what's we still need to speak, and we will. But I'm talking about sooner than later. And like I said, I don't like to. I'm not trying to be forceful, but uh, I gotta get things rolling. Got to get things rolling. I got to get with my wife so that I can. There's things I need to do in its entirety. I know my heart just leaped right now like a little lamb, just like a little lamb. It just leaped like a lion. Man, it's just like his beat just started beating out of my chest. That's amazing. Yeah, that's just nuts. That was a spectacle. That was a spectacle right there. I just dropped my glasses. That was a spectacle dropper. Excuse me. Let me grab this. Oh, I don't want to go too far, man. I just got my back feeling better after picking up all these. I got cocky. I got cocky and I went out there, and that there was a lot. These are big, big branches, man. S- and again, no disrespect with man. It's quit not, quit now. These are big, some big smoking Joe Frazier's coming out of that tree up there, and God, I want to turn that around, but they're huge. Like this one here is a good. Well, it's forked off. It's got it got topped. I'm just hoping that thing doesn't split right there. But even both sides, one's a good probably 5 or 6 feet in circumference. The other one probably 3.5 feet in circumference, and the base of it is a good probably probably 6 feet in circumference. And then, like I said, it's a big, and then the little bit goes up, and then the smaller one. And I've been waiting, and I thought that my neighbor would have cut it, but he's limbed it up. He's like, yeah, they shouldn't, because they'll come down on his house too. But still, when you're not in a stick built house, and that's why I came out of here like I did. Oh man, and I've always been a little nervous. I have faith. That's again the difference between trust. I don't trust the trees there, and that's why I don't go walking over into the forest when all that windstorm just came through, because I know better. The elk can't even get through there without me laughing at them and them looking at me like, you didn't really just hear me do that. And I'm like, yeah, you're not getting anywhere through there. They're crashing through there. I know that they aren't liking that, because everything hears it. Everything hears them. And then at night, they came probably right out in our fields out here, because they're not going to be at this. That wind was coming through like, whew, it was yeah, it was coming through pretty good. So yeah, I hurt my back, and that was something that oh, those gymnastics, my boy, it's amazing. But I do need to call my buddy Tim and see if his dad'll, because he told me, yeah, come on over, Roy. And he's retired. His dad's retired. I didn't finish saying that yesterday, but like a few other things, because I got to get and stay on track better. I'm working on it. It's a process. But go over and get my back adjusted, because he's retired, and that stuff works amazing for me anyway. I don't like just anybody messing, touching my head at all, and let alone snapping my neck. Oh, just relax now. Are you kidding me? Relax. That's like saying, "Hey, the guy, sit down, have a seat. Let me give you a shave, Steen. Relax." And when I said relax, I meant because it's not. Things are never as bad as they seem, and really not what they appear. You can use that any way. It's just a love. It was a love letter. You have to just, and then respond to it soon, please. And I could even just, man, even a text or anything, if you don't, so we can just start just moving a little bit more quickly forward. Try to get before that date, because I gotta get, like I said. Oh, and thanks for your guys' prayers. I know you guys have been praying, but my foot stopped hurting, that toe thing. And I was talking to Forrest about it last night. And he's like, yeah, 10 years, dude, it started to hurt. And he said, I really started looking into it and talking to family and stuff. And it's just one of them, things that happen. And just like your hand, when you were telling me about that, your dad, and he's out every day. He was out there, didn't matter. He's always doing something. It's because before him and Vicky separated, it's what kept him out of, and he just loves to work with wood. and he wasn't certified, but he did a totem pole up there. I'll take a picture. I was gonna actually take a picture and put it on my Facebook. He did a totem pole with big wings and stuff a long time ago, and he did it out of the wrong wood long before I ever got the idea. That's where I actually got the book to do mine, but he used the wrong wood, and he was already treated and stuff, and it was a nightmare. He said, and I was like, well, yeah, I could imagine. You're supposed to use fresh, cedar, white, white, white cedar. Sometimes I think they might use white pine, but cedar, red cedar. That's what I used. And you got to do it within a short amount of time, or you're not. That stuff ain't. You ain't getting through. You ain't gonna carve it like you need to, and then work with it. So you have a small window, but yeah, he made a real nice totem pole, and I mean it's for what he had to do. He had to beat. He had to take a I already know what he had to do. I already know because I mine once I start getting down towards the bottom and it start drying out. I could see, wow, this is why they say on here. Of course, all mine are just out of my that I thought of my I incorporated everything that was going on over there, and then is happening now. Actually, it's all happening. It's all coming, people, and we're part of it. We're getting to see it all. Well, we are the matter. So Bruce, yeah, that's amazing. That's really what we are. We're just becoming closer to the very thing that created us, and that's why it says when Yeshua, there's so many different references about dust, and of course, it loves to mock and biting the dust, and and I don't even want to go there because I need to get to let's see, where are we? 30. Yeah, I want to do 39, or is that 40? Yeah, that'll be 40. I want to get to, so I have to be until I get to moving around. I got to get moving around, and we'll get to that once I get back to the cell with Mike, with the rest of the the vision and the realization of this ministry, which is just continuing to metamorphosize. It's just growing. It's alive. So, and living, and it's expanding. It's beautiful. It really, really is. I'm just so happy to be alive. When I look out here, like I said, people, it makes me just, if I have to control my emotions because I just wanna weep. Never have I been like that before. Just and over the most simplest things, but they're the most critical right now. The children and all the animals, all the just everything we've had dominion over has all been, look at all the suicide that I just come to full, because I wasn't led to full impact, full realization of so that because I've got so much that I'm is going on. Sometimes I have to do everything I can. That's why I can't, once I fully kick that old, 'twas the pipe that slowed the ticking down just a little. And when I mean ticking, I don't mean anything other eternal. I just mean, watch it. It's my son. He's we play with each other. If you seen what he's doing, you'd laugh. Um, but ticking, yeah. See what you get? I heard you. Uh huh. I heard you hit that. I heard you. You see what you get? I know it. I know it was. So you better stop so you don't break it, sucker. Uh huh. I hear you. Oh, I love that kid so much. We've never had this kind of relationship before. I'd never have been. So don't go back to that stuff, guys. You don't need, if you can handle it, whatever, have a glass of wine or whatever. Who am I to? But man, that says don't look on it when it shimmers, and it just, man, it just screwed me up anyway. I'm like the old natives, man. I just don't have it in my DNA, I guess. And well, that's you're Irish, yeah, yeah, and Swedish and Norwegian. As far as I know, that's it. Mostly Irish. I never had a green machine though when I was a little boy. I think I was already way out lost in the applesauce before those came out. But anyway, getting off track. But is that really even possible? So yeah, the time thing. What was that? Yeah, the smoking. Yeah, we want to talk about the smoking, baby boy. And like I said, only my wife will be addressing me that way, or somebody who I'm real close to. Like, well, would you, Roy, quit being a baby, or Donnie, quit being a baby. If it warrants it, and I'll say, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're probably right. I should be quit being a baby. But oh gosh, so bad. I just wanted my baby so bad. I just driving me crazy. And I'm not. I just we gotta get this rolling, man. We gotta get this show on the road. There's so many people suffering right now. We gotta get this going. Oh, and don't think I didn't try to get a hold of Mike. I did, but again, I don't want to. So yeah, that's awesome, and that's really what's going on. Greater things than these you shall do. The dust of his sandals on our garments, on our linen robes. That's how close they wanted to be. Well, you know what that means, don't you, people? Don't you know? That was another one. What was that? It was something my kid used to watch. Something, don't you know? It was a mom that was talking to the little boy, and she would say something about don't you know. But anyway, um, that's it right there. That's it. And I hear you, Jackie boy. You're not left out. Uh, that's it right there. We are all just part of the big kahuna there. And greater things than these, and that dust, that close, that's what that means. Close. Greater things than these. It's all an illustration. Him being is all the dove, and I'm leaving it his spirit, where two or more gather. You don't think that the Lord, do you think we're, come on. And then you don't think he was going to know that the angels wouldn't have said, hey, this is what's, and he wouldn't have foreseen. Come on, people. That's why we just cry out every day, Abba, Father, Yahweh. And via the Holy Spirit. That's why I know when I see this stuff and it says spirits, like I said, we work around things. We're in a different time. It has nothing to do with the character or the image changing at all. You just, some people are just, they'll get so anal retentive that they won't help that colt out of a ditch. They won't help their neighbor. They won't, because they'll be so busy being legalistic. And then you got those, that Jewish movement, and there he said, look, we're not doing that anymore. I've come to fulfill the law. It's right there I wrote a covenant. Now Moses went ahead, so we're going to go ahead and do it again. This time I'm going to write it with my own hand, my own finger, and tablets of sapphire, more than likely. Who knows? But we will soon enough. Who knows? Who? Big, huge, old out, beautiful. I know he probably flew out into him and his old family. Yeah, so got to pray for those get on the move. And dust, so close that the dust, which we were created from, really, essentially that's it, and back to it we're gonna go if that's, you know, but that's where they're at right now. And then right back to where, and if you had a spirit that wasn't, you got it. That's why there's going to be a new, it's a cleaning top to bottom. That's it. Yeah, if I was to stand up there in some of these and go to Bethel and teach this right here, they would say, "Yes, Mr. Steen, I don't we don't even know if we want you back for the meal. I don't even know if they serve free breakfast there, but I'm gonna go get some more coffee here in a minute, and this time I'm gonna remember to put the I'm gonna forget what to put, what to call it, but I'm gonna remember to do it. The return sign, the not disturb sign on the doorpost. Of course, you know, I'd be bringing my own sheet, sweetheart, if that ever had to happen, and we'd have to run. There would be gargoyle, more towels, because I'm lining this whole dang place with towels, and that's where I will be stepping, and everything will get. You might as well just cart up that whole cleaning, all that cleaning gear, because I'm used to cleaning, and we'll just do a 10-second tidy. So I'll be right back and go get that mail if you haven't already. Hopefully you have. Let's see. All right, I return. Thank you for sticking with me, my one. Uh, let's see. What was I gonna say about Ricky Hoffmeister? I got a whole pot of coffee today, but not too strong because man, it messes with my. That's why you see me. That's that. This is the coffee. It does. It tears my stomach up. Whew. I don't drink it that often, but I've gotten used to it the last few days enough to where it doesn't. Surprisingly enough, it doesn't. It doesn't seem to whack me out too bad. And I noticed I haven't had an attitude with myself that I've noticed. And again, but then again, when I was drinking, I didn't really think I was an asshole either. Excuse my language. I got to really clean that up because I'm led to do that. I'm trying to drink this before it gets cold because I do not like cold coffee. But this coffee, because it's cut half and fresh, boy, man, it sure is. It's good. It's good. Tasty. And then there's something else I wanted to bring up before I get started on this. Is that when I was looking at let's see, by followers, I don't need any followers. There's and counting. Didn't you hear them? Oh man, we're that again. Um uh and they actually have people that do that. That's that with the hat, and I was like, I didn't know we had a cat in a hat, and I couldn't believe they're like these people are they're paying for this. I have a story that, but then again, I hello, I it's my own opinion. Some people like to watch just tripe, and again, I don't know. I like I said, I worked with a bunch of nice people in Florida, some Cubans and some Puerto Ricans that they that menudo they torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Um, so yeah, I was Google Earthing Ruth Dykman Center to see if Ruth's mansion was still there because I was going to drive by there when I did my little stroll down memory lane, and so I went ahead and I looked. My son downloaded the Chrome, the advanced edition or whatever it is, so I can get street level and stuff. That's how I was able to see all my cousin's stuff that he's bought, and we'll get to that here in a minute. As soon as I get permission to tell you a little bit more about what's going on with that fourplex, I will. And hopefully he gets the other one as soon as this house gets sells. But yeah, while I was looking, I went to I was already in Burien, so I decided to go to a friend of mine's house off Occidental, 128th and Occidental in Burien. And I seen a picture of a friend of mine that committed suicide, and that's why I'm addressing this also because I seen some today, and that's how this has been working for me. Um, like some of those songs that when I listen to them, I'll actually go look and I'll go, oh, there's other versions of those songs. So then I'll play another version, so I'm not playing the same one over, so I don't annoy any of my friends on Facebook or anything like that. Yet I don't, because I don't know if all my tweets are getting out. So I do that to communicate I do what I'm led to do, and I don't want to irritate them. So, and then again, I don't want other people reading into stuff that until we actually talk so they know, oh yeah, no, this guy's he's the real deal. He's this is no fool goat here. Um, so yeah, I've seen a picture of a friend of mine that I hadn't had that had ended up committing suicide. Of course, I'm sure he was on meth. Um, a tragic deal. But there it is, and I snipped it from the computer, um, and saved it as soon as I get permission from Stracy, my other a friend of mine that I grew up with, went to school with, actually went to Woodside, oddly enough, and dated just for a little while. Didn't do anything like that, but dated dated for a little while, and she's friends on my just part of my life story. Again, nothing. There was nothing there. Nothing happened. Never had, anything that went on between us. So I think 2 weeks we dated. Had to. I lived in Des Moines, like I said, starting to go to that special ed school. But it was her. She ended up marrying a friend of mine also that went to the school, Craig, and it was his brother, Ricky. And I just seen. So I took a picture of it. And I just seen his, and I know it's him because I know him, and it's blocked out in Google Earth where they go by in the vehicle and take the photos, and I was like, wow. So you want to talk about getting a bigger whiteboard? Yeah, that one right there. If you knew it in its entirety and exactly how everything is taking place just today, and why I need to address that whole suicide thing, because that's why I need to get moving and get rolling around so we can get laying hands on people, because this is getting to be this is the enemy's he knows, and then his foes that thought something else are starting to wake up, and so they're turning to the light, and old Darth ain't liking that. Oof, talk about this town needs an enema. Yep, nothing old Big Mike and the Roto Rooters could work out this time. No way. So anyway, I don't want to get off on that. And I want to stay on this Java while it's hot. I got a whole pot to drink. So you guys, please, you people, beloveds, people, um, stick with me or stick it out while I go and get coffee periodically. Oh, and maybe you'll be able to see if my attitude changes. I gotta get somewhere because I have to. Got so much to do. I want to help my bro, and I want to tell you a little more about this as soon as I get permission from him. But a lot of real amazing things are happening, for good reason. So let me try to hold on. There we go. And then I went ahead and bumped it anyway. There, that's better. Um, so yeah, there's some stuff really starting to really happen, starting to come together, just like I would have never imagined, more than you could ever think or imagine. hmm And that's going to come into play pretty soon. That old saying that Danny Shelton used to say, more than you can ever think or imagine. Hmm. It's fun. It really is. And that's how it's supposed to be. Fear is not fun, and that's how you know that it's not what it is. It's not truth. If it confuses, scares you, if it's the opposite of the fruits, and you're in that spirit, yeah, you'll start seeing it even more and more now. Let's see. Yeah, Ricky, he Just like that song, Ricky was a young boy, had a heart of stone, worked 9 to 5. He just, and that was it. I just broke down right there in their living room not very long ago when I found out. Found him in his closet. Same as that young girl that Victoria down there at the Quality Inn in Austin. I knew I needed to get moving. I needed to get going, and the only way to do that was hand myself over and thank the good Lord. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself because then, like I said, I need to just stick with it. Yeah, He's good every day. Good, good, good. When we faithful to those that are really diligently seek. Love, yes, always love. People say, oh, nothing can separate. You're right. Absolutely nothing. But sin can keep you from, and we're not talking occasional sin, and people, because he died. Yes, he died for him. That's right. We're not talking about that. If you go, if there's at what point, I don't know. It's not, that's not important. You shouldn't even be trying to find that one out, I think, is the answer to that question. But oh, it happens. Oh, and it happens more than you think. Believe me, that reservation and blotting out can take place. And some say, well, then it never. No, that's not true. It's not hokey pokey either. It's just, people have free will. They can do what they want. And so when the bad starts overruling the good, and the good is drop 1-0 is love. It's only going to let so much take place, and that's what it was trying. Like I said, was forcing that hand. That's when you hear people say, "Yep, well, we're praying. Oh, we're just a praying." Yeah, you're praying because people just want. They're not. Well, yeah, we all want to be in a better, and it starts right in yourselves. Right there, it starts right in us. That's where it starts, and everybody's just wanting to go somewhere else. They're just wanting to, and I'm not talking about if you're led, because that's exactly what Yeshua has done. He just dust, and they wanted to follow so close that I just pulled that out of my ear. That the dust from his sandals would get on their garments. And you can just think about how many different ways, like the cleansing of the feet. Oh, that's service. He's like, yep. Don't let the left hand know what the right hand's doing. There went the. So I made sure I threw them, and then I realized what it also meant, and even more so. But it was completely what I would have considered backwards, the way I had received it and learned it. And he chuckles and says, backwards, says the pot, calling. Now he goes, there's the attitude. So they were right, son. They were right. And can laugh and just have fun that way, because that's what it's all about. And when people stop laughing, they start doing what my friend Ricky did. I've known him since I was just a kid. Like I said, I went to school. I was really best friends with their father that ended up killing himself in a van with a needle in his arm, which I never, ever, 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 ever would have expected, because he had done time also in Walla Walla, but got out and was very intelligent and got a garage, a very successful automotive service going, and things I never ever thought this man would go back to drugs, ever in my entire life. Ever would have thought this man would have. And it killed me because he was like a father to me. We were closer than his own than Craig and Ricky and all them and Debbie and all of them. Him and I were, and they know that, and that's not a dig or nothing. It's just we were. He because he'd let me stay there and stuff, but that's a whole nother. I didn't even want to start that because that's a whole nother book in itself that I was going to do a whole, but I needed to get their permission. But there, that picture was. There it was. I was like, are you really? Are you serious? So the picture that I don't have is right here without his face. Of course, it's just like in that show that with the crunchy, the old celery, which I like celery and peanut butter. Ooh wee, especially when you get the fresh ground stuff from Winco or someplace that you grind your own. It's oh yeah. So the face was just blurred out because that's how they do it, and then little Craig, which is bigger than 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 Craig, his dad, the one I went to school with, that ended up dating and marrying uh, Stracy. Um, yeah, and people just changed a lot more than I would have ever expected. Like even just changed a lot. Like I don't even recognize some people. Like their if it wasn't for like their voice going with their and I'd go and who are you? And I'd be like, are you, wow. But usually never forget a face. So anyway, so there's Ricky right there. It's just right there, standing on the porch. It was the most beautiful photo. Was not that old. It was and then the next one the one right in concession, the one right next, the one there was Craig. And so you're able to move a little bit. I'm like, wow, there's. So I'm gonna go and take that to them, and they're all good friends with the Schwartzes and all that. Because the Schwartz they've lived just on the road over, right over, and then up in Top Hat. Where matter of fact, Tommy and I can say this, Tommy Schwartz, my pretty much, it's almost like a brother. Him and well, I'll wait till I get permission to say that. But yeah, this I gotta make sure that we can do I can do segments on, and I think they'd be people would identify. And so yeah, that depression is just a lie from the enemy. And you say, well, what do you do you just pray and do what you can to stay healthy. And a geographical change can help. I guess it's the children that aren't able to go to the schools that would have slowly brainwashed them. But see, now it's trying to get it's because it's not, it hadn't been working fast enough, so it's got to really ramp it up, um, and flipping out at the same time because people are just waking up in so many different areas of just even in the old shadow gate. All right, yeah, moon shadow. People are like, wait a minute, there ain't gonna be, this isn't, he's not gonna let that happen. No way. There ain't gonna be nothing. That's not gonna happen. Nothing to come back to. It would have that would have already taken place then, and that's what it was pushing. That's what it was pushing when it didn't happen. And went, oh, you hear that little. Doo-doo-doo-doo? That's what it was. That's what happened because it doesn't know. It doesn't. It doesn't know. There's a lot of things that it doesn't know, but that really fried it real good. And so that also woke this little hell's troubled jinglingers just out there like those little. And I didn't know they were a church. I had no idea Salvation Army was a church. I had no clue. I had no clue until I went to that shelter when after getting Donnie. That was the first I found out. So I made sure I made right, and I went to their service. I made sure I checked out their to find out what they taught and stuff, and I didn't really know to know if what they were teaching was right or wrong anyway, other than the fact I think we went on Sunday. So back then though I didn't know. I still, like I said, I go to Sunday just because I know people that do, and even though I keep Sabbath, I just go to because I've been invited. But ooh, that's pretty good. It's mango orange splash. Natural. Yeah, oh, it's got aspartame in it. I normally don't drink this stuff either. Anything with aspartame, it's got it in. Ugh. So I don't like smacking gum because you don't get good. Once we get to that part, man, we used to make gum and make our own charm suckers, medicated. The gum, I had the gum medicated, the candy, all of it. I even had the ones with the apple with the caramel dipped in it. But so yeah, I got a picture of him now. I'm gonna go see if it's okay if I and bring up a few other things, get their permission, and and then right when Tori was saying gas, right when she was saying gas, I was looking at this right here for the letter, and it surprised me, but I didn't care. Yeah, and like I said, I think I had close to 50 bucks that I was going to use to top off them tanks in case I needed to get to my brother's house, which he's invited me a long time if I needed to be down there. But I just, I'm led to be right where I'm at right now. He's got a guest house above he's built above those shops, and which now have three other bays on them. So that's why he's getting that half a meal. He did a beautiful. God, you should see this. Oh, this guy's talented. He's working for, like I said, he's one of the head sales rep for Square D Schneider Electric. Square D is, and I mean, he works from home. It's amazing, blessing. Was it when I was breaking down sets in Maine, earning that money because I couldn't get a job in food service because Joe he made sure good for him, and I'm going to be giving him a hug. But he didn't know the whole story either. I was breaking down, taking that stuff down and putting it outside at night to put up new stuff that was. And they told me won't be seen, Roy, going back there, but you can if you were. And then I was getting it and taking it to the flea market. But my cousin at the same time he was doing the same thing on the other side of the United States, getting his promotion because he was making those. He was setting those big shelves in Home Depot that house that store all the palletize all the merchandise and the stuff on the. Well, he was actually assembling them in some of the newer stores, and then just it was by the grace of the good Lord. But he had gotten his life together, went to the army, and which I'll do a whole segment on that. I just want to make sure I get his full permission on that. So yeah, he's got it made that way. It was a miracle on how he's gotten awards for millions of dollars in sales, millions and millions. He goes around now, and they fly him around. Uh, that's why they want him down there in Texas. And he said, "I'm not moving to Texas. That's it." And they love him enough to where he's been around long enough since I was in Maine since '06. They're not gonna. He's done a lot for them. They're not gonna. You know, he does a lot. So yeah, he sits at home and he does stuff, and then he flies around and so yeah, whenever I, frequent flyer, when I was down there doing antique stuff and staying in motels and need when I was in Alameda, California, is two different spots I used to sell at. Sounds the same but completely different, and I stay and use his little deals because those get quite expensive, and I'm trying to make money going to those and going to picking and then up north and then going down there. While I was living there, I might as well. That's where the money was, and then heading up with a candy run. And anyway, I'm getting too far ahead of myself right now. So the gas tank. So I'm thinking, right when she was saying that, I'm thinking to myself, um, because it just started playing like a reel to reel in my mind. And this happens once in a while, but not, oddly enough, not manically, real, just smooth and calm, just real at peace, just at peace. I am just so at peace. I'm so at peace today. I have been really, like I said, 5, 6 years ago, however long it's been, December 22nd. Um, that I'm looking at this and I'm in my mind, this is playing through my mind that money was going to go to that tank, but that is well worth it, that letter, just to so I can get to doing what I need to do. And still, like I said, with me as much as I can be on there every day and supporting you every way I can, even financially. Once I get rocking and rolling, I'm going to be rocking and rolling. uh they're just trying to keep us stagnated. That's what they're trying to do. They don't want us to hook up, because then it gets rolling even through even this way. Then things are gonna go like, regardless of that. It's because things are gonna, yeah, things, but they have to get going. So I'm thinking of the whole. I'm actually in my mind this thought of putting gas in my truck right down here, which I normally don't. I wouldn't do. I'd go to my daughter's work at the the Indian. She works down there for the natives, and it's way less expensive to fill up my truck, and then I'll use her discount also. But um, I was thinking of that right when she said gas. I was, and I heard our Creator, our lovely Father, people laughing at me, laughing at me. It was funny because I was like, he was like that, yeah, that board. And so normally I don't get, I have to stop myself from all the realizations that you're just starting to uh, become part of. Uh, but talk about inside info that I just, and sometimes I hear, well, you need to just go ahead and write that down. It'll help her out a little bit, help her out, get her moving a little. And she'll go, wow, really? But it's so much goes on that and then two, I just, forgive me, but sometimes I forget some stuff. And then I go, wow, just like today about the bit of honey thing, if that was even, and it may not have been, but then again, I kind of think it was. But just like the letters, it didn't really matter because so much other stuff what was right that it didn't matter, and then there's that good overruling the bad and vice versa. So once that took place, we had to step up and kind of shine. And like I said, I didn't want to my head was, and I'll get to the story in a minute because we're almost at 2 hours, and I want to give 2 hours of a good, because this is kind of neat about the whole LOL. But yeah, I would have never thought this. I would have never left that. I would have probably laid down for 2 weeks going, man, why is my head's because but I had been through so much already that I just I just roughed it out, and then heard that sermon from that. Basically, it was a how-to message for me, and should be for that, Doctor uh, Erica Shepherd and Sheila, about being demonically attacked and how it can cause vertigo and different things. And I was like, wow, that's what that is. It's not just that I'm actually intoxicated or had been poisoned or something, which I'd had been um, before, and then just knew, wow, but it was a little different. This was definitely it was an attack, and it, it was messing up my equilibrium really super bad. So like Ronnie, he's got cat like equilibrium, and just amazing for such a small guy. He's just like I said, I've never seen him. It's just it's mind blowing sometimes, and yeah, you definitely don't wanna because talk about a dental bill. Whew, man, bad news there, and just so fast and quick. It happens so quickly. It's just it's frightening. So, and if he likes you or whatever, he'll just beat you up. He won't knock your grill out. But yeah, I've seen it. It just is a when I was in Larch, he told the poor guy. He told him. He said, "Look, the guy kept." And he couldn't understand English very well, but he understood what he was saying. It was a Mexican dude, and he, he wasn't that he he just because we get along with everybody. But this guy kept looking in his locker, and he said, "Look, dude, he didn't like locking his locker all the time. Everybody, you go, you're sitting right there." And this guy, he didn't want to hurt him, but he hit him so hard. He said, "Help me," and Ron said, "What? Come on, you guys, help him. Look for his teeth." Because his bottom teeth were gone, and and then after he finally, about, I think it was a minute or so, he'd finally, after he was around and come to on his knees looking in a daze, really is what it was. He'd realized his bottom teeth were already gone. They were they weren't there. So, and that's I just use that because I see that just like the guy around the telephone pole, one of many. And I shouldn't because I do not condone violence at all, and it's not, and it really isn't funny. I do not. I actually feel people's pain in a way simpler way. So that itself would just crush me. I would do anything I could to keep that from happening, if unless it really had to. And you guys already know how I feel about. I don't even believe in killing somebody. I don't. I don't believe in capital punishment. So there that is. I don't. I thought I did, but well, what about your daughter? Nope. If I caught him in the owl, yeah, it'd be a done deal. Just over. Finito. And I catch everything. I catch it all. But I've just seen so much. I've seen, unless it's, I knew exactly, well then yeah. But for the most part, people, I just so many innocent people. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know. But yeah, but what if you did? We weren't talking about that. I said no, I couldn't because people they change, and that's why I raise my children up in the way they should go. So if they're out jogging, a pretty young little towhead out there jogging, and she's on a road like this that doesn't, she's got a little tiny little XDS, 45 that's right there, and beautiful, just subcompact, so that she's just going her little way, and that's really all she wrote. It's over right there. Broke my heart a couple years ago, and that girl, oh man, if she would have just. Some people, well, I don't believe in that, and some people are like, well, that's a hell of a little kick, not as much as you might think, because some people they'll have a body armor on, those weirdos. They'll try to shock you, and then get you into their vehicle. That weirdo up here at Sammamish. But yeah, so yeah, but my brother Ron, he's like I said, you'd have to really. He loves people. He if you knew him, you'd be like, wow, man. You'd be like, wow, no wonder why. If you'd seen some of the stuff he's done to protect me, he'd never steal, never do nothing for me. Never, never. Even when he got mad at me when he'd been up tweaking and he wanted to hit spin cycle on me there in Larch, the day he was leaving, and oh, his psychology on why he had, oh god, I don't, I'll save it for later. And he was gonna get pissed, but I don't give a shit. I'm not afraid of him. And oh yeah, he can ding me up, but I don't care, and he knows it. And he loves me, and so that's why he only not he over the black eye when I was when we were kids with the, because even back then by then, even at a young age, once he realized there was no Mike Robinson like last night when I was explaining about the little, when uh, uh, Thomas Brown, Tommy had to go down and kick Mike's ass, excuse my language, thoroughly, really unconventionally. And wouldn't work very well today. We call that a windmiller, and you just end up getting to it wouldn't work. But God bless his heart. I want to see him, and that's his brother Kenny, who we're going to be praying for. So yeah, the gas in the thing, it was going through my mind, and you said gas, and it might seem really insignificant. That was today when you said gas, and it was like, and I happened to be just catching that, and I just chuckled. I knew that it was the Lord wanted me to, because I heard him chuckle too. We're just it's so neat, people. It really is. There really is a God. There is a God. Don't kill yourself. I don't even want to say, I don't like to say that word. There is a God, and if you do that, you're not, you're done. You're not yet, because your spirit's going right back to the one that, because you're obviously weren't in the Holy Spirit, because if you were, Galatians 5:16 says, walk in the Spirit, and you will not fulfill the lust of the flesh. And so that spirit goes back to where it came, and that's why we need to have a scrubbing from top to bottom. Pardon me, I'm going to scratch my itchy, scratchy foot. It's so funny. But I would only say that once we already met, and then everything, which is going to have to happen very soon, sweetheart, very very soon. Uh, so did my heart just gallop a little bit? They have a thing Puyallup Fair. It's called "Do the Puyallup." Um, did I even go? Yeah, I did. I'm gonna get some more here in a minute, and then we're gonna get started on um, me and Mike still, and about how lighting of the lamps. This whole, because I didn't know. My son said, "Oh no, Dad, they've been using LOL for a long time." And I said, "There couldn't be nothing else, LOL." And then I looked, and I guess somebody did do a book. I didn't know anything about that. Maybe he did, but when I heard it, I knew it was right. And then there it is, right there, that plumb truth. So no, there's way more to it. The Lord just used him. But I'll get to that in a minute. Let me just give me one moment, please. Yeah, that might seem so small, but to me, I was literally, and I don't normally don't. That is even small. Why am I thinking about putting gas in my truck, which I kind of, yeah, I don't know. It's just all right. I love you guys. I'll be right back. Oh, and I really do love you guys, and that's why you need to not even think about doing that. I'm going to be making my rounds here pretty soon. There's a lot of us. It's going to be a big thing, big thing, big things are happening. So let me come back so we can get rolling because the train kept rolling all night long. Do you love Steven? That was old school stuff too. Wasn't that Toys in the Attic? Oh yeah, I think it was. All right, I'll be right back. Thank you for sticking it out with me. So I had to get some coffee and then let my son's dog in because he's busy playing his game, I guess. Um. So yeah, let's see. What was it? I'm gonna wrap this up and then get started on. Oh yeah, so I just thought that was funny with the gas. So that was kind of cool. I thought I was gonna sing a song for y'all, but maybe I think about it in a minute. Um, so yeah, there's that Ricky, Ricky deal. Nuts. That stuff that gets up in your head, and then I'm gonna try to sip this faster because it's nice and warm. I probably should have microwaved this. I don't like to do that, but and I definitely think I don't know if it was Tori was talking about that. And I definitely believe that. Definitely don't you don't want to microwave anything in plastic. That's not that's not good eats at all. So anyway, so I'm there in this. I'm playing ping pong with that fool. That's where I was at. I was playing ping pong with that dude that was tapping out wrestling and hurting my little buddy Ryan Allwyn from Spokane, a little 19-year old that was doing 4 months on a dose of Revoke. And I better just keep this in my hand because if I set that down, it's over. It's over. And see, you think you gotta quit reading into some stuff. I mean, it's a wrap, unless that's you just gotta communicate. Um, so we're talking and I'm telling him some stuff, and he's like, "Hey, man, I had the same vision." I was like, "Yeah." I really kind of didn't believe him, but then I had when he started telling me, I could it just had a ring of this. You could just hear it. You could hear it because he was a younger guy, and he was all he's kind of a preppy. I really couldn't even believe he was in prison, really. But after hearing his story and stuff, I understood why. Uh, of course, I don't think he should have been there at that particular prison. uh, maybe some short term nonviolent uh, frequent flyer type thing. There's he cause but yeah, well, so there he was, and they put me right in there with him, right at the front of the because they wanted him at the front, and they wanted to keep an eye on me, so it worked out perfect. And that's what they do. They just do whatever they want to. They'll so or they'll try to mess with you. They'll put you in someone's cell that they know, or they'll think that they're some of them are real creeps like that. But for the most part, until lately, and I'll wait until I get into that about the drug increase in there, because you would think, well, why that would just not for the reason not the reason why that's happening is for the reason that I'm about to bring up right now. What I'm about to get to here, real quick, as to why they're not so worried about it so much anymore. But again, it's very compartmentalized, and I got to be very cautious on what I say because I need to get, not that they're going to stop that, but I need to get this out enough to where when we're all just doing what we're doing, there's going to be enough people already waiting to meet greet and then say wow, okay, and then go away with their own their own uh, thread that's going to just eventually just all conjoin into a big old tapestry of eternal bliss. Heard him say Valhalla. I was like, what is that? What Valhalla? That sounds nice. Yeah, of course I was going to go snorkel with the fool because I've always wanted to do that. But yeah, I know now why. And no, he's would have not been able to do anything other than just get to Eve. It would seem, and let's take that in a metaphor because you're my. It's a things just they change. There's no forced anything. Notice there's just the way that it should be, and then no forced. It's not going to be forced, and that can be. That's why when I said it takes that which isn't, he takes it and changes it and makes it as if it were, and it can work just like that. Just some if you, for whatever reason, it can still work right in for both of us. That's how that works. Pardon me. It's just how it works. It's not. There is no. When your heart's in the right place, there's no wrong answers in that sense because ultimately, right? It's already been paid for. Let love covers. When I say love covers, I mean that's it. See, love what I love and hate what I hate. It's what is that? It's sin, not the occasional sin. And they just keep throwing the Son of Man on that tree. You know, it's what it is it's an excuse to go back out and to continue to do. And that's what that is. It's they let it's and it's so well indoctrinated now that it's the remnant or they're the freaks, and that's exactly what how it's supposed to go. That's how you know. That's how you're gonna know. How you gonna walk closely if you're not? You know, they wanted to walk as close. They wanted to get into them sandals. What did he say? Some people are afraid to say that. Little Jesus, the little ones. Well, we're his children, right? People just they get afraid to. Oh, now you're putting yourself in a no. That's not what's happening. That's what you're thinking and saying, and because you're not liking what's happening to your little doctrine that's coming unraveled, like those little golf balls we used to cut open with my dad Fred's saw in his vise after he'd passed, of course. And that rubber band would ding 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 ding, and then there that ball, that little super ball, would be a lot of unraveling. A lot of I didn't know they were wrapped in rubber band. Had no idea. Super ball wrapped in rubber bands. At least the tennis balls that I were getting out of the Tyee golf course, the one with the planes. And you remember you too, by the way, when he was doing that his beautiful day, and he had his back turned and the one was taken off. Well, the one coming in, he ducked because that's how close they get there. And we used to lay right up there and just, whew. And like I said with Lucy, oh man, we were watching them in the sky and talk about oh, time and pressure diamonds. Mm-mm-mm. And I don't, I'm not promoting that at all. I'm just saying you want to talk about, you had to have some, in my case, little big cojones. There they were, just swinging in their old glory. And those things got, like I said, way down on that, over that fence, and well, a couple of them, and then down that hill. They didn't even. There was people they wouldn't even if they're balls, they would make sure they didn't get even close to those holes over there because it was even too close. But the plane crashed, and even wouldn't matter that close, and even then. So, but yeah, um, so we're talking, and he's like, "Man, I had the same dream and vision." He said, "I and so he said, and it was a bunch of us were on stage on stage, and there's like an arena, like in uh, like stadiums, uh, arenas, fields, like a gram. I heard a gram movement. That's what I heard. I thought that's crazy because I've heard of Billy Graham when I was in Maine, but not, I wasn't. It wasn't a real. I set it down, and there it's gonna go. I didn't. And looking back now, I'm thinking there. Well, partial the way, partial of this journey, a good probably just a year or two. I'd say 2008. I look back on that Graham movement, and so partly through this journey, I was I become more familiar with Billy Graham and his movement. I thought, wow, that's kind of a, where did that come from? There is no way that this is, and that happened when I was watching that Oprah show, and some things are fixing to kick in here too with this, who she was interviewing. The man that, like I said, I was drawn that picture. That was right when I got that impression. It was all happened all that day. That day. Well, it happened. Even stuff was happening before then, but it happened that day. It happened like it's fixing to start happening, and it just start things just start timing. It just started click, 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 and I was like, "What is this?" I felt like I was living in. You want to talk about coincidences? It wasn't. I am going to set this down because it's getting bitter, and I do not like bitter coffee at all. Ugh. If it's bitter, I ain't doing it. But so I'm talking, and he's like, yeah, like this Graham movement, but bigger. He said, and I went, oh man, where is he getting this from? And I'm still an infant in this, where I'm, where I'm at and where we're going from here. Because I'm just kind of getting tired of saying becoming, but I see how it mocks a freak. But we know now. We know. We all know, and counting. I'm not gonna. We're gonna just keep doing that because it is. It's going. Dang it! This really is really. This is not what I expected. In the worst. He's not in the worst. So he's telling me every single thing that I seen in its entirety, in just in snippets, so I didn't put two and two together. I was more focused on, but then I was getting these side things coming in, and I was like, "Wow, that's exactly what I was getting. That's the same impression I was getting when I was watching Oprah, and led to pay attention as I'm drawn, as I'm getting the same impression to go and hand myself over to the dragon. I'm not giving him all. I'm not giving him my little flute though. That witch can have me, but it's not getting my little flute," said Davy. So he's telling me this stuff, and I'm, this is how the days are progressing. We're all hoping to get the heck out of there. Ryan, I have to, before we get back to the ping pong deal. uh, things are just really just culminating. All right, the fire is really being stoked, and I'm like, wow, it's almost like this guy was in my head. Almost, it was amazing as we're being cooked with these lights and this brainwashing. And thank God they you could. And here's the thing: you were able to shut your speaker off with a little button that they were very tamperless proof or tamper proof. Yeah, they were not tamper. They were pulling some strings. They were, yeah. So, and the thing was, we tried to have a 10-10. 10. Quiet after 10, quiet till 10. No, but it was so loud and it would echo so much that and I wasn't even going to write that with this thing. It just I have this is like it just I don't know what they call that thing. It just runs all over. um so a 10-10, but this music is blaring, so to get to have a conversation with this kid, this young man, this beloved soul that's unifying this whole thing as we're singing the lights go out and they want a blessed union of souls. They like that song, I believe. And these are hardened, some of these are hardened criminals. I said in here, and nobody's saying, hey man, listen, can you, because people they would, some people, and then they would save that for because when you get to a certain spot, you do what you want to do when you're at a certain area. But once you're, the timing and it's the R units, people are still on edge. They're not, and you're really invading on their because it's so loud. It's so but nobody, everybody or if they didn't say anything. And people, and there might have been a couple. But I'm just saying it was that blending of souls. Looking back now, it just makes perfectly good sense. But then I was just like, wow, is this really happening? Is this actually all taking place? And of course, our heavenly Father, he's giggling, going, "Yo, yes, it is. It's more than Memorex. It's live, alive and living." And I just never caught on because I wasn't supposed to yet. Because you know, so we could be having this. So I wasn't. Uh, 8, sometimes 9, 9.5. Shoe, old Jonah. He's out. He's out for a run. Old Forrest. He's out for a bit of quite a jog. He's picking up the pace. Yeah. So get a rope. That Picante deal. God, what a sick deal. I'm just so heartbroken about all that. So he's telling me everything. Ryan, he's getting tapped out. Things are happening on this tier that don't usually happen. Usually people are talking about how, what they did and how many girls they're playing and this and that, which most of them, you know, and probably some of the girls were playing them too in a sense. But I mean, anyway, I don't want to go in there. I could write a whole thing on that. Old Tommy would like a segment. Well, it would be quite a few segments on some of the stuff I've heard there, and it just really just it's like, wow. I mean, you could actually do this to another human being, and just and to more than one female, just multiple. And I'm like, oh, you dirty dog. Well, like I told, excuse me, Denise. Well, that's what they do. See, she learned early though. She knew she wasn't. And yes, I know, but it's my story. And once I'm not gonna. That's it. If that bothers you, then but I screwed that one up. You know. That would have been, but then things would have been a lot different too. There'd have been, oh, we'd have been probably, who knows? I don't know. I'm not even going to go there because I stopped that going that far right after, once you get that first hurdle and the second one, you smack and you hit it, you're thinking, okay, I'm just going to, I need a little bit more. I'm running the wrong race. I'm in the wrong lane probably. So, because that's what the enemy wants you to do. He loves you to run, turn around, and go start running backwards. So he's telling me all this stuff. All this things are happening on the tier at the same time. Good things are happening at the same time. Poor Ryan, and the rest of these fools aren't seeing what's happening because they aren't feeling what's going on inside and hearing his mind. And and I was right next to him. Matter of fact, when would pass stuff, we would just, you just literally, there's only just a tiny wall, and then there your carpet bombed right on in there, and it's very loud. And when it's dark, like I said, it's we call it celly vision, but um, so we're playing ping pong, and I tell this dude, I end up I tell this dude, I say, hey man, check this out. And I had to be careful and people that know that watch this will know that you have to be cautious about, because like I said, there's a lot of things going on, and when you're really in tune, then there's a whole lot more going on. But just the fact that if you were to he wasn't in no one's car, he wasn't riding with nobody, so he was kind of fair game in that sense. So by standing for him, it's just it's complicated. uh it's not uh it's like and then also it could get really dangerous for him because and then it could also get dangerous for you, even trying to help him out. It could triple cross on you, and him say, hey man, what are you doing, you're gonna get, so, or even get him saying, hey, I'm not, that's not happening, or so many different things could happen. But I just was led to say to this dude, this straight, just a puke of a bully, um that hey man, check it out. Ryan didn't have me come talk to you or nothing. I said, because we congratulated each other on a good game, and I believe I beat him, and the other guy was, because there's a line of people, and so I just say, here, hold on 1 second, and which people don't want to hear there, because you're only in that gym for a minute, not very long, an hour, and you're either spinning laps, doing pull-ups, doing push-ups on that phone, or in the line on that phone, or playing pinochle. Why I would never know. Uh, and then the cops are up in their little, and of course stuff happens. Some people are playing volleyball, and most people are. Then there's the basketball too. I forgot about that. So anyway, and it's only so I very quickly I said, hey, listen, I Brian didn't say anything, but he's because of course he knows I'm right next to him. Um, I said, have you ever thought you might be breaking the guy's spirit a little bit? His will. You never thought you might be, that he's not having fun. Which I already knew he knew that, but because other people didn't know that, they were not all of them were laughing. I think they were just reading their books or whatever. But and there may have been a couple that I just didn't pick up that didn't want to say anything. It's possible, and I just didn't need to know, because it's like the stuff that's truly forgiven and repented of, and Going sin no more, then that's a done, you know. That's why you don't get caught up in that guilt stuff. That's how you know it's the devil. Once that's done, it's done. Um, so I told, and he says, "Oh, did Ryan actually?" And I said, "No, I just said, didn't I?" But I had to be careful because I get upset real easy if I'm not gotten way better. Plus, I had a game to play, and I needed to get this and not let it go awry too quick. Why I had only a very short amount of time to do what I needed to do. You understand? Because it could have just, he could have went right back to. And then Ryan, he already had a job on the sergeant's crew, which I didn't fill you in on, but I knew I would because it's very important. And when you're on the sergeant's crew, you don't go to 4 or 5, which really sucks because you might be a rug on the floor. And that's how that guy met with the Cobain. The other third confirmation, which is usually I get two just good ones, but this one was a whap slapper, and they're probably going to happen. It just was one of them. It was a good one. I couldn't believe he was just sitting there on my floor, and so not to be a slick flick snitch, but so we're in the gym, and I'm trying real quick to get my point across, and so before this happened, I just remember this. I got to back up. Before this happened, um, uh, me and Mike were praying about the situation because I said, look, and he said, yeah, I kind of gathered. I said, well, we'll pray about this, and we had to be careful about how we approach that too, because then there was other people that were, it was a touchy thing. I remember that now. And I say that for a reason, because Mike ended up moving out. He got he just ended up some medical. He had to go on the next hall over, and that left the room open, which a young kid from Puyallup, oddly enough, right down here, that was in Green Hill, oddly enough, not oddly enough now, probably you're going to just keep needing to get a bigger deal if that's what you choose. And then there's some parts that I'm gonna tell you when we get to certain parts that I'm that you don't that you may not want to, you might want to skip. uh I won't get too graphic, but you just might, because it's not really necessary for some to hear. But and it's not too bad, it's just life, just evil, the evil decisions people choose to just continue to make. um but so yeah, he had a job. He was on the sergeant's crew, and you're on that sergeant's crew. You don't go to 4 or 5. That's one of the benefits of being on the sergeant's crew. You get extra food because you're dealing with the meals when it's time for each of those uh, uh, tiers, levels. They do one level of each side of each tier at a time, and they clean, and it's those carts that come carted in on like a Cushman, just like they did in Echo Glen, and like a steamed up, and then they. But there was a time when they actually made breakfast back when I was there, and then, like I said, we had pork chops and everything down there, and there was a little kitchen, but they'd stopped using it. And like I said, I'll do a whole thing on that with Cuba and all that um, stuff. So that I'll do a whole thing on this. That I'll try to keep that all in, so that it's not a rated G. It'd be a R. It'd be an OR, but no A. Just just the R. And So let's see. Yeah, he was working the sergeant's crew and kept missing his ticket. You know, when you'd get to stay where you're at, you didn't have to go because they, like I said, you were happy to move up there. You were happy because it let you know you were moving to the next level. But when you worked for the sergeant's crew, he would just tell you, "Oh yeah, and you would just wouldn't make that you wouldn't make that connection. You wouldn't walk over with all your stuff, which was a long walk on the same facility, but you were at least one step closer, not very pleasantly closer, but one step closer to more pleasant unpleasantness, to the bus ride out of there, is what I'm trying to say. Closer to the furthering with your classifications, because they want to take your blood, they want to do all this stuff, they want to do some stuff which is just fine, but when you, like I said, when the bad outrules the good, you need to. So yeah, so he's skipped out on going to 4 or 5. I'm waiting to get the heck out of there because he's been there, so long. And him and his roommate both were on the sergeant's crew, the one that I was just talking to at the ping pong table very quickly, and trying to be as tactful as possible. So Mike now he ends up leaving with an idea now in my head, this lighting of the lamps. I'm like, oh wow, that's I'm gonna I'm gonna call it lighting of the lamps, and then it's gonna really solidify when I get to where I'm going. And that's when I found out about Oprah's little deal, which I was watching when I was led to turn myself in. When I the whole deal where I went and got the job at the bottling company, the big place, and then at the doing the sets too at Home Depot. It was all just, and I just remembered that. I vaguely remembered it before, but it's all, yeah. It's God. It's just like stretching that snap. They watched me. They laughed. They did. I was such a good worker. They really did. In my own defense, they a lot of people they wanted to hire me because I had a good attitude, and when I wasn't, when I was doing what I was doing, and not and there, and not wanting to, thinking, and not knocking someone's block off because I knew what the shit they were pulling, instead of just letting it go. So yeah, he's on Sergeant's crew. Him and his Mr. Chubby No Cheeks. I'll let you. Guy used to have no dickheads riding here, and Mr. Chubby No Cheeks, the kid would, and he's like, yes, that's it. So he wasn't innocent, you know, that little thing. Yeah, I'll have to explain it. It's kind of funny. Uh, One of my fishing buddies, and it was his little nephew, and he didn't want to offend his sister's child that was needing a ride in that. um. So yeah, I him and his smelly were both kitchen workers. So they ate like kings and got to miss that ride up over yonder with a risk of being a rug, and still heading where you're going. It's just a matter, it's just you ain't going there and you're eating. And so Mike leaves. He ends up going to the next hall over, and we see each other at the gym. And sometimes when it's not raining, and they'll use an excuse, it's too foggy. These people will use any excuse to keep them from having to do any work, to take you outside. which was right there next to the gym anyway. And these R units are just boom, boom, boom. They're right there. So it's kind of big, but it's really close. You know, they don't want you meandering except that long underground tunnel I told you about that everybody has to make from that infirmary when you first come in off that chain from whatever county you're in. Or came from, I should say. Fell out of or got shanghaied, whatever the case. That's going to be, oh boy, I got to get up and going. There's too much stuff that has to be. So, yeah, and he moves to another home. We still talk, like I said, and he's like, yeah, man, there was a bunch of us on a stage, and it's like, man, I had that, yeah, and we were going around and healing people, and there's a bunch of us that had different talents and gifts and different singers, and we shared our testimony, and it was like this huge grand movement, and I was like, wow, that was exactly what I seen. There was all these RV big buses and stuff, and I was like, yep, that's exactly what I seen. All these big cab over big buses, you know, not just a little RV like they were talking about. I think it was Trey interviewing somebody or somebody like that was talking about, yep, an RV, and oh yeah, and then they use that. See, they'll use that to try to, and then they'll in the music, and oh yeah, it's a direct. But if I said that, you'd be like, oh, he definitely thinks this song is about him. They mock because they already know. They knew, and the Lord, they knew long before I did. That's right, they knew before I did. That's exactly how that's worked. There it is. And now it didn't know that this is all happening. And so it's crazy. I know this is all working. It's amazing. I love it. I love life. I love living light life. Oh man, boy, you want to talk about live? So he doesn't. He's now he doesn't tap him out that night because he was doing. It was becoming every night. It was they were it was a little wrestling session, but he stopped. He did stop doing that, but he played like, oh, I'm gonna. He would just talk shit is what he would do. He would play little head games like he was gonna, you know. But what happened is he ended up getting moved out, and at the same time that this kid from Puyallup gets moved in, and I ended up asking Mike, "Hey, did you when you left? Did you because it's not a real noble thing to do to kite someone out. I would never do that. So basically, you're a snitch. But I thought maybe because he kind of could see how things went, and they would tell you that when you go into your counselor, yeah, if something's going on, you're being raped or something, you put in a kite, and we'll get you moved, and we'll get down to the bottom of it. So I asked him. He goes, "No, I wouldn't do that, man. I know better than that." And I says, "Well, you know what happened?" He goes, "Yeah, he got moved out." And I said, "Yeah." And and nobody, when you're on the sergeant's crew, the sergeant of 1, 2, or R1, 2, or 3, he's the one that runs that. And I remember him saying too, he went because that sergeant, he was always there because those 2 kitchen workers were there, so he was always there. And there was a bunch of unit workers that were on our tier because it was right there at the bottom, and they kept me right there to keep an eye on me, and this young kid that came in to keep an eye on him that just came from Green Hill, that was now doing he was doing 21 years, or I think maybe 19 left. uh and um so we seen a lot of each other. This sergeant is what I'm saying. And he said this came from way high up. That's what he said. This came from way high up. So pack your stuff. You're leaving. He's like, what's going on, man? I thought I was on your crew and this and that. So he got sent. He said, "No, this came from." And here's the thing: if it would have been a kite, he would have said, somebody dropped a kite on you," because there's so many people. It didn't even matter because he. So and that just doesn't really happen. He would have said, well, somebody dropped some paper on you. Just get your shit. Let's go." He said, "Well, I don't know. It came from way high up." That's exactly what he said. So he's rolling his stuff up. He's leaving. There's this new youngster that had, uh, and you might want to not have the children around for this one, but he was another fisherman right down there. Grew up right there in the Puyallup, fishing on the river. It's crazy how people go astray. Got hooked up with people that he probably shouldn't have, but he made a bad decision himself. Decided to rob a guy that had some guns they wanted, an old man, older fella. Uh, Robbed him, went to his house, had him answer when he answered his door, had him go to his, robbed him at gunpoint, forced him at gunpoint, I should say, to go to his safe, open his safe with all his guns in it, take his guns, tie him up on the couch, and then the kid that the young not kid the young man that was in my cell, they said to him after the guns, "Now you go up there and shoot him." And he said, "What?" And he goes, "Well, yeah. What do you think? He's seen us all. You're gonna have to do something." And so that's what he did. He killed him. Uh, and So he had gotten 20, I think 21 years, and he had done a couple years in Green Hill until that almost tears me up right there. But and so he did 2 years until he turned legally 18, and I think maybe he might even have been 19, because there back in the day I think you could stay in Green Hill up until you were 21. So he may have been 21. Uh, and then so he was off to do well. Anyway, he was off to see the rest of that wizard, and so here he was. Here's my roommate, and he was real scared, but didn't want to act it. Kind of a bigger kid, um, and of course I was on the top bunk, and he was down in Mike's bunk, and him and Ryan would talk a little bit and started to kind of hit it off, kind of fast, uh, and Ryan kept, you know, kind of poking at everybody that, yeah, look, I don't have have a celly, I got cell time, you guys, because you don't have any, there is no, you don't get any time. You have to put a sheet up to take an it, and they'll take those sheets if you get an extra sheet when it's sheet day. If you put it, they'll just when you're out, so you're constantly, it's crazy. So so he's ribbing everybody about there. Yeah, f you, and they're having fun with him because he's serving their food and stuff, and he's just a young kid, and he's you know he's been around long enough. Everybody, they get to know you when you don't go up to 4 or 5. It's just how it happens, and then it's such a, you're everybody, you can see everything when it gets dark, that television comes on, and uh for those that haven't watched it, the television, so that you can watch all the stupid, people making little hoops, because there's nothing. You're in a tiny little cell with two people, and it gets a little loud sometimes, but um, I've seen a lot of miracles happen. Um, so here he's and everybody's like, yeah, if because then he'll come back late because he'll go out and do other stuff, and they'll have him, the sergeant's crew, they'll have him do other things, and then they'll throw him a Scooby now and again. They probably get soda, and he gets to pick up a nasty butt or some chew that somebody spits, that one of the guards spit out. Yeah, I'm not kidding you. People that are hard up like that, I never ever, and I'm not trying to be. I got butts for the kids and stuff. Some of the other ones that, even the ones that acted like that I didn't, I knew they're all I did, thanks to Denise. Um, but I knew, but I just didn't let them know I knew, because it wouldn't have helped me out, because I would have been down in the hole. See, so I had to learn some strategic, and so she's probably thinking, yeah, Einstein, look at, you see what you did? Yes, because I'm not with you. Did you get it? Either way, so we've got now, like I said, it's like a brick off my chest. Now I feel like, here, real soon, the eggshells are, because you're either going to know, and so, or you're going to know either way, and then we're going to, or I'll know, and then we're just going to, things are going to be great. So he's without a cellie. Me and my new roommate are he's not really wanting to hear anything about God, but he's listening to me and this fella down the way, doing these kind of like Bible studies, and then singing the song, and he's telling me his story and stuff, and so I started telling him my testimony, what I've been telling you guys. The Lord just told me, just, this is it. This is where it starts right now. This is, you start right now. And the lighting of the lamps, it starts right now. And I said, okay. And that plumb line, see, I didn't know, it wasn't, I had no idea what that I was part of. I had no idea it was holding true. I didn't know I was even that true, because I was still being still and knowing that he is God. Be, be mine. I do. So let's see. God, you could get me off track any day. Oh man. All my life I will be driving home to you. And there that was, right there in the background too. But oh man. Oh Lord. Oh, I just, oh no, you would have known then. You'd have been, yep, a piece of fried fat ass frog shit. It's all right. Don't worry, sweetie. Don't worry. He's getting. Oh, don't worry. He's. I don't even look. And if you do, it's fine. But those are all they're getting. They're cooking the books on them. Not that it matters. We'll talk about that later. We're not even going to waste our time with that, because we got other things to talk about. And so let's see, where were we now? We were just pleasantly floating down bliss, hitting the oh well, going down the rapids, so much fun down there. Wenatchee, 2 or 3, just the littler ones, big fours, or I think sixes are the big ones. They can do the little ones first, and then, oh, that's fun, going down and riding they're fun. Talk about bliss, riding those. Just good, clean fun. So much stuff to do. They're just trying to stomp it out and think they're gonna reboot it and stuff, and then it's going, I got a different plan. And that plan's, we've foiled it. Oh no, they don't use foil anymore, right? They don't. Oh no, it's tin. That's right, he said tin. Mr. L, speaking of L, because we're back to that at Plumline again. Sometimes it seems a little goofy, but remember on Edie Brickell, remember his nose, there's a light, it was missing, remember? Did you see that? Did you see that hole there? It's for a reason. You could put a big old golf ball on there and just biggest super ball you ever seen. So he's without now. He's watching this stuff, and then eventually he it didn't take long. He just started crying one day. This what it was his name? I should know it, but I've it slipped my mind. Completely slipped my mind. But he started weeping. He started crying. It was real loud one night, and it was right before Cellyvision came on, and they had just got done running showers because showers is right next to us, and it's a curtain, and you and your smelly go in there, and they don't give you any time at all, none at all. And there's no big store there. Trust me, you're either using statish, nasty, lied out, itchy, scratchy. Oh, man, it's bad news, or you're getting the stuff that isn't any better really on the commissary that they got in that you have to get to you got to round and get to where you're going, and sometimes that could take wow. So I remember they just got done running them, and so the reason I say this because then they shut the very end door, and so because sometimes they'll leave that door open, and the guards will come by, and they'll catch people passing stuff, and when that door's shut, then you'll know that that guard isn't gonna be. So, and I think that's, and he just started breaking down, and he started telling me, man, I know, he says, I know, there's got to be a God, man. I can't believe some of the stuff that you were telling me, and then some of the stuff I'm hearing here, and I'm going around, and then I think somewhere else something happened when he was on the phone with. He must have made it through that damn line. Oh, nightmare. Uh, and then of course on one side usually the coloreds and the blacks and all that, and I said coloreds because that's what they. I would never refer to people that way, but Samoans, anything other than aren't quote Caucasian Aryan, are on that line, on those phones, on that wall, which they have, and then they're on this side, like just like it used to be in Walla Walla. All the Aryans and Caucasians, the white people were on that side, and all the others were on that. And there's that many white people opposed to everybody else. There, a few Indians, of some Samoans, a few more Samoans, very fewer Asians, Asians, Indians. That's right, Asians. If the less Asians, a few more Indians because they bring over that their customs and just bushwhack their wives and some. And if it wasn't for that, they probably wouldn't have gotten a hall pass. But some of them, I don't even know if they did. But anyway, I'm getting off track. And then uh, any other the natives and stuff like that. That's just how it worked. So that held true up to a certain, and it still does in Walla Walla and Eight Wing right now. I just left there, and it was the same. It was the same. And so there was a little tension still in that sense, is the reason I'm saying that. So they did try to accommodate people in where they housed them, but they could only do so much. you know uh those are those are mathematics that you want to make sure that you try to get right, but you can't always, because there's not, how can you predict that on the income, when you have your intake of the color of flesh that comes through the door. It's just so they tried to accommodate, didn't so much there, and then it changed a little bit, and this is and more, it started getting a little bit better in some areas and worse in others. But like I said, I'd have to do a whole thing on that so I don't get off track. It was still kind of racially tense, and it could be, and still people got along. Like I knew a lot of people, and still do, that. And so you see him and you go, hey, and Steen, what's up? How's your brother? And stuff like that. And then in passing, or some people will just nod their head, and they don't, because they don't want to be, even no matter how long you've known them. They don't, they're because they're rolling in their own car, and that's just the way it is. They don't want to be caught talking to a peckerwood, an old cracker from way backer. And I'm not talking about an old cracker jack like the one up here and spun away. I think he ended up getting. I think someone ended up shooting him. I know they got his the other Dwayne. They shot him right there in a pumping gas, just the shotgun, just right there, right there on the, just blew him away. Uh, but like I said, I'll do a segment on all of that because I got something to tell you about Bill, my mom's, the one that was diddling, ended up diddling my brother Shane, and ran off when I got out of Walla Walla and was in Alaska. But anyway, so I'm getting off track. Here's the deal. Uh, so the tension was already high. He's without a roommate. This guy here is now given his life to Christ. It's amazing. And he's talking to Ryan. Ryan's not wanting to hear it, but he's talking to Ryan, or at least we thought he wasn't wanting to hear it. You know what? I'm gonna go get some coffee real quick. Just hang on, real quick. I'm at 2:50, 2 hours and 50 minutes, but we're just gonna roll it until we're led not to. So I'll be right back. Love you. All right, I am back in this saddle. Mama Kitty. All right, so um pardon me. So, we're all doing kind of Bible studies right now, and I'm blown away that this young man that is now in my, and even Mike, he's still there. He hadn't quite gotten to 6 yet, and a whole lot of time hadn't passed. Not very much time at all, because that was record time for that room to be open like that. And I did hear the my new roommate, the one that gave his life, that took that fella's life, talking to Ryan about, God, and what had happened right there, right in his life, and how, and he said he didn't want no part of it, that he was going to go back to meth when he got out, because he was there for a dose of Revoke, the program I was on, which was really, now it's not odd at all, but back then I just thought, wow, that's just kind of, that's a quin, coincidence, a quinky dink is what I was trying to say before, but I should have probably just. So yeah, Ryan, he didn't want no part of it, and he wasn't rude or anything like that, but he just he had to have been listening, because about a couple, not very long later, maybe 2 days or so, he uh he was at work like he is most every day, all days. They got him doing all kinds of stuff, all 3 meals, and then anything else that they can get him to do. Which there's a lot to do around there, and each hall, they all have porters. They all have people in the hall, that sergeant in each. They have their own thing. So he's not there, and it's probably maybe close to, I don't know, it's maybe 2 hours before dark. And the reason I say this is, here comes the chain. You can see the chain buses where we were at. You can see them come in, and so it's just, once you got a roommate. So because when you don't have one, you don't. It's we call it the luck of the draw. It's the, you don't know who you're going to get. You can get someone real cool. You can get someone that isn't so cool. It can make a difference between whether you're getting all your good time. It's just it's a crapshoot. Like I said, sometimes they accompany in some senses, but not, not all. They gotten better, and because of this particular situation, I've noticed this time around, they've at least paid a little closer attention to it, but still lacks in so many areas, the meat market, that it's you can't even go there right now. So this this black guy walks right. He's waiting for the, and just something right away. It just didn't even seem right. But they're not calling anymore to be, any more people to be moving around. Like I said, in the day, things are kind of buzzing. Not a lot going on, but when those doors are moving, you're thinking maybe it's your turn to go move up one level, or you're getting closer to that bus ride. And so, uh, yeah, he gets on the bed. Now Ryan's still gone. He's down at the kitchen or somewhere. They haven't, because that kitchen wasn't that big. That's why they only do one side, one tier of uh, each wing at a time, which is that would be eight. You know, And so uh, it didn't it wasn't that big, not that big. So they would find other stuff. He just wasn't there, and he usually would come in. Uh, and this time he was a little later. And the reason I say this because it started to get dark, and I noticed something that because I got this vibe, and I got this vibe, and about this guy over here, right, literally just uh, a half of a foot separating us, probably made from the same exact brick place that I had worked at. Not the same bricks, of course. That's just not even trying to reach there. I'm just saying the same. We did the Kessler, the little red bricks, but they did all kinds of bricks at that mutual material. But anyway, bricks, good, you know, a good 10 inches, whatever they are wide. I should probably know. I've buttered a few of them. The only thing set, and I could feel it's like I could feel it, and I waited. And when that celly vision came on, he hadn't quite got there yet. But I was looking because all you got to do, you can just be right there. You can be because there is no room. It's just it's a toilet, which is part your sink toilet. The walls here, and there's the bunks right there. That's it. So you can be sitting on your toilet, which you could, you can just sit on your toilet because it's the only chair there, other than the little stool way at the very end, a tiny little stool that you almost bump your head on the other bunk here, and almost see completely at the end when that celly vision comes on, when it gets dark enough and you can see that reflection, like Murphy when I said to Rod Jones, old Rodney, and like I said, he looked exactly like old. He looked the whole house of hair. He, I said he's staring right at me, Steen. I said, "Come on, dude." I said, "No, he's looking at his fat belly in there. He's as he was. I seen him. He was looking. I said, "That's a reflection that you could almost see all the way down." And he and I looked and I looked at him and he looked at me and his eyes were as black, just like he said on the came right to mind. He said, "We're going to need a bigger boat." He said, "We're going to need a bigger thing." Yeah, a bigger board. As long as you both, I noticed too. I'm glad you said you're going to need one. That's beautiful, sweetie. If I picked that up right, and now we're going to be needing one, because I wonder why both of you would be holding that. Other than maybe I just I just I didn't get it back then. I'm kind of starting to figure it out. But I'm a slow learner in some areas and really excel in others. But I'm Josh. I'm half just because of the coffee. So he lifted his legs up so I couldn't see his eyes. He lifted his legs up and like has like he would have your blanket over. Matter of fact, he may have, but either way, he had his legs straight down. He was just staring just straight off into, and once it just started getting, because something told me, and just enough to where it got dark, just enough, I could see over there, and he put his legs up like that, and I was like, man, that is, and I've see a lot of stuff, but it just didn't seem right. Now, Ryan, because he's the joker that he is, uh, just a day or so before that, he lost a bet with somebody on the tier, and he had to bick his head, shave his head, and so he was bald. Everybody was ribbing him. His head. He was already white. The kid was as white as little old my beloved little Casper. And um, I think she even said her broken nose, little Casper. Who cares? That wouldn't bother me unless you found something that bothers you. Then that's fine. We're gonna roll if you want with it. Either way. Um. So he's white kid, like I said, from Spokane. You know, there's hope for everybody, but his mind hadn't been pickled yet from that stuff. You know, I like being closer up, like I can I see myself closer, better as to how I don't know. I see things look more like how I looked if I was looking in the mirror closer up. Maybe it's just the cheap screen. I don't know, but anyway. So, and seeing how I have to please myself, right? First, the good Lord, and then myself, and then that's how. Whew, boy, oh yeah, that's how we're able to connect and blend and meld and mill it over. Dang it, they left that heat on. He went to go get the baby from. Oh, and they left the heat on. Trying to keep that down. I got a freezer out there, and that a couple freezers going because they go to Costco, and which is good, but I got stuff running places, and that heater, it's it don't need to be on. So pardon me. I'm just gonna take just a little goose at the gander. Yeah. Hmm. Like old Tori would say, She's so cute when she does that. I'm serious. I love her so much. She's cool. Gosh, and all the good stuff. Just the little nuggets you get here and there, here and there. You don't have to. It's all happening on its own. You got it. You got it. You got it. But now, as far as you, sweetheart, we got to get this going. You and I. Now, I'm still gonna go, and we're gonna get that salmon dinner going for her. But we gotta just get figured either. So, his little white butt is white, skinny, and did really no time at all. Got that DOSA program. Doesn't know. He's an innocent kid. Is what he is. He was about as innocent as everybody liked him. Even and that's unusual. And you could tell pretty much everybody, and and so he comes in and remember he had been teasing everybody also, which is partly what got him in the little pickle that he got in with having to shave his head because he's a little, because he's just there was a lot of love on that tier because there wasn't always happening like that. There's, like I said, in the ones that were maybe not, they were either muzzled or were having to just bow in a way that's probably what was going on. And like I said, they're in those. There's a few in those cells in just that Hollywood little square set up there, but they just won't. They don't say anything. Not because they're afraid. They just they're probably beyond fear looking back now. But as far as the carnal sense, they're not afraid because they'll just win, lose, or draw. They'll just if it's no, there is no disrespect. That doesn't happen too much, at all. So there was something else beyond fear, like trembling. And I was like, well, isn't that fear? Well, I guess, but we're talking something that just seizes it, just it shakes it. It like I like I don't want to get too far ahead. Like what I was impressed to receive there in this Pierce County Jail right here about the shaking that's going to be taking place. And I thought it was just, and he's like, oh no, but yeah, here for you right now, because this is what you're going through right now, and then we're going to get to the next, and then, but oh no, it's much bigger, and it's all coming down on itself. Remember, it said in the word, it says that the rocks, they would beg for the rocks to fall down around them, and it wouldn't happen because it's going to be there's going to be this like I said, old Groundhog Day. So back to he stand. You have to stand there because like in Walla Walla they have the little the sign that slides open. They used to have that. Now the doors are just you can manually. But anyway, I don't want to go too far ahead, but because I will, I'll get here. I don't want to do that either. That's going to obscure my 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 John Henry, my face, my little signature there, because they say the eyes are the window to the soul. Yeah, what I was hearing that day, what I was hearing when I was going about that guy sounded fine to me. It's them other little slugs. You got to watch out for those. Oh man, I could just smell it and sense it and taste it. But the other guy, that guy might have seemed like that guy was just fine to me anyway. And I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before. That's a beautiful thing about living is that that's part of life. And I don't think I was. I still don't believe I am uh, wrong anyway. Um, so back to the story. This he walks in his cell. The celly vision's on. It's almost Lucy saying, the lamb is home because here's little old Lucille Ball, just white as can be, and the wolf is, and the tables have turned, and I sensed it. It was the weirdest thing. I can sense it now. I've seen a lot of stuff, and a lot worse, and a lot less, and some stuff affects me equally greater or less, just depending. It just depends, and that's changing. Things are it's changing. But I could feel this kid's fear, and like I'd never felt. And I actually feel a little bit of it in my spine. I probably shouldn't have. Just I don't. Like I said, that's been a while ago. That was in '06, the end of. And I felt this fear like this I'd never felt in somebody else at that point, that I didn't know I was capable of sensing that kind of fear in someone else. And so I watched really close, but I didn't act like I was watching. But of course, old Papa Bear, he's gonna watch. And I watched, and I seen, uh, and nobody said anything, and that's very unusual. Even if you don't get along, and blows are going to be going in 30 seconds. Usually, it starts with, and maybe a little longer, but sometimes not. You usually, even if it's going to go south, it starts out with, "Hey, how you doing? This and that, I'm pretty good. This and that." And it's just, and you go to making your bunk, and you're hoping you're getting the bottom one. Sometimes, and you're happy to get the top one. Sometimes it's the craziest thing. It just depends on who the heck your smelly is, because it really depends on the people. That just like everything else in life, it just depends on your company. Because what bad company can corrupt some good character, unless you're really grounded. I remember you said that, yeah, something about your mom, and well, I know about that also. But anyway, I'm getting off track. So, God, but I love you so much. Mm, I just really love you. I'm gonna make sure. And so now I'm sensing this kid's fear, and I'm seeing him. They're not talking at all, but he sits down on his right away. He doesn't try to make any smile. He always talks. That's what he. This kid. He he's maxing out on that little 4 months, which is nothing. He had no sentence to begin with. He shouldn't even have. He's over at meth charge, first offense, and so I had something happen that was didn't happen too very often. Excuse me. And I had received my chain, and this happens once in a while. And people that know that how Shelton works, they know how this works, because at times, they get overloaded with people, like what happened here, and they got to move people out because they got more people coming in. They got to get people moved out quickly. So um had gotten my chain bag. That's what they call them. It's a chain bag, they call them. And just like I got when I was in IMU after that little incident with the sergeant, and from the incident with the positive tuberculosis thing, which was nothing anyway. But the brochure they gave me, and the long walk down that dark, cold. You got to see this. You wouldn't believe it. They got people. You wouldn't believe it. It's a It's just complete. It's a psyop. It's crazy. I I don't even know if I'm using that term right, because anyway, this I do know, so I'll stick to it. I'll stick to what I know. What I'm learning, then we'll just get to that as we go. God, that could be like a little poet, a little song. Um, so the I need to start staring. I'm gonna have to move that over there so I can stare into the I get a chain bag. I get a dang chain bag. A chain bag down in the lower R's. I get a paper bag that you're supposed to put what little stuff you have. You have some shampoo and toothpaste, and you know uh, few papers and stuff like that. You put it in that bag, and then it gets it. They take it out. They go through it all, and then they staple it, and it goes on the bottom of the bus, wherever you happen to be going. And there are people going many different places, usually from 4 and 5. Some are staying in population, very few. Most are going somewhere else and going on different journeys, as it were. They were going. So, oh, I can't wait to sit and just watch a movie with you and just laugh, the family and us. Just laugh. Oh man, I just can't. Just man, I hope you're gonna just get a hold of me soon. So, cause man, my birthday is just, and I'm gonna be praying for the girl on the 19th. I don't know who it is. And again, I've already apologized. Oh, there it is again. Is that the woodpecker this time? I think it's the. Oh no, it's that robin. Man, that thing is so bright and so much different than those red-breasted robins. That. Oh no, no, they've always been here. Huh. From a guy that observes stuff. Okay, whatever, whatever. Okay, whatever. And some people, whatever. They've said, yeah, yeah, yeah. And some people, no, I don't know. Okay. But there it is. Oh yeah. My dad, oh, they're both of them are right there. My dad, before he died, he used to get these old rods, and I'll get back on track. These old big, uh, uh, copper, or brass rod, probably brass, long rods. Probably not a very big diameter, and make an insulated wooden handle and a cord. That's where I got into doing the electrocuting, uh, arcing stuff out because I watched him break down an old toaster or something my mom's that broke, and making a shocker, a worm, where he'd put them not too far apart because if they were too close, you don't want that. You wouldn't be able to get your fingers down, especially if the grass was moist. It would shock you would far enough apart it would make them dance out like doing genies out of the bottle. That's right, girl. They would dance out like a and you'd get just a little tingle too far apart and it wouldn't work. So just a team to keep me on track too. Um so yeah, they're just getting worms like champs out here. Used to go out at the course and get them at night when they'd have their sprinklers on. They'd just be laying out like big snakes, huge night crawlers out there. Get them. They'd sell them at the store for like $1.50, $2 for a dozen, and then you just get them out there, just scoop them up at the golf course. You don't want to get caught out there. It's another place we used to go out with old, chasing rabbits with Alice, and we'll just call it Alice instead of I'm home, because I don't want to promote that kind of stuff. That's not good. You can't even find any good stuff anymore. Anyway, I mean, really, I'm serious. I'm not, and I didn't mean to wink like that. That's why I'm telling you, I didn't mean to wink. It just happened. I haven't done that stuff in years because shit, you'd be better off doing mushrooms. Shit, it's natural if you're going to do something like that. And I'm not saying I have, because I haven't for many many years. But I'm just laughing because I'm goofy. Uh, so yeah, and I don't know. I'm probably making light of this situation. So I get my bag, and they're like, well, most people, a couple people close. It's like when I was in IMU, hey Steen, did you get your bag? I'm like, yeah. I'm yelling out the bottom of the door. And IMU was quite a bit different. Here you could hear quite well, almost too well. WSP. Well, you're going to, I said, I don't want to go to Walla Walla. They said, well, that's where, and I said, it doesn't say Walla Walla, people. They said, oh, Steen, but it does. And I said, how? How could this be? They said, because WSP, Einstein, means, my baby's out there. What, they just got home. Washington State Penitentiary. That is Walla Walla. I went, oh, damn it. They go, well, that's what happens when you have the encounters you do with these police and get your ass beat. Excuse my language. So they're back. Anyway, my bag comes and all my stuff goes in, my Bible goes in, is my point. This is why I'm telling you all this. And guess where I was heading? Because I thought I was going back to Wally World. I thought I was going back to where my parent institution was. I'd been there twice before, 90 and then 91 or 92. 8-wing both times. And so And then death row's right there. You should have seen what was. I'll get to that later. The evil that's, oh god, the stuff that's cooked up there now. Um, well, it's from the. It's just all just um old bad news, old stuff. So um, my Bible goes in there, and a couple of people asked, "Hey, man," and I was like, "Oh, it's McNeil. I'm happy. I'm going to McNeil Island. Excuse me, going to McNeil Island. Oh man, never been to McNeil Island. Isn't that sad? Oh, I've never been to McNeil Island. Thank you so much." When you're thanking you're going, well, no, it's not just that. Now it's a pedo island. Now it's for people that have been, I guess, uh, like civilly or just some kind of committed in a way that they're not leaving that island, and they don't use it for. Used to be federal, and then it went to people like us. No, I'm just kidding, baby. I prayed. You just don't even know. That's why they can't mess with you. They can't mess with you, even if you and I don't get real chummy. You know what I mean, honey? That's all right. I still, nothing. It ain't happening. Nope. Because once Lucky's in love, Lucky is in love, and it doesn't matter if we're gonna actually consummate it that way or not. We're still gonna be. You're gonna be my home chicken. Yes, I said home chicken. That's something you'd have to. You don't want it. It's a good thing though. It's a good thing. It was, yeah. Like home chicken. You're my home boy, but never mind. We'll talk about it later. Hopefully, I'll uh, I'll be asking you. Do you get my conversation, or do you need a demonstration? And you'll be like, "Come on, Daddy, I got her all." It don't matter at that point. Once we soon, hopefully, get it all just squared away. So I go, okay, all right, or no, then because if you don't say nothing, then that's going to be, I already know. Then that's, Rush has a song like, then you've made your decision. But I'm pretty much banking on something else. Could be wrong, and I'm okay to take that boldly, very happily, as you can see. This is you can't even act this. They can't act this good. They can't act like this because this is real. That's why he said, "Dang, Donnie, my uncle, the Dawson's one of the ones my uncle that, oh, man, my mom got a hold of the one that did all the upholstery, but his brother that walked through the plate glass window, and then Cindy, and well, his other brother hired me there at the Chevy deal up there in Enumclaw, the gambling Chevy. And he said, "Dang, man, you can sell it." And I said, "Well, I believe in what I'm selling. That's why I just knocked that right. I just tell him right there. You see that right there? You see that's a magic little thing to me, letting me know that don't know nothing about numbers. And you, again, I know people, but you don't want me even doing your arithmetic, let alone taxes." I said, "But that right there, that lets me know exactly how much that vehicle really they have into that vehicle, so I can play within that amount." And so we're going to just go, but see, if I go ahead and just drop that like it's hot on you right now, what you're going to go, "Are you serious? That's not the big number there." But I'm looking at the number down below, which some people say, "What's that? I didn't know we had a cat." And I tell them, "Oh, it's nothing. Don't nothing to see there. Just keep your eyes on your phone." Of course, nobody really had a phone back then. But they always said, just you need to drive these as much as possible. You need to know as much as there is to know about this stuff. I was putting the discs in, trying to get the navigations back when the old navigation would come up on some of these old Chevy trucks. They're old now, but were brand new then. $80,000, $60,000 vehicles. Are like, you got to drive these every day, Roy or Donnie, however, you were talking to today, because my uncle would refer to me as. Anyway, my point is, when you believe in something, you're selling, it really sells itself. And here's the other thing: I didn't care about the big one. I told you those minis. If it wasn't for my UA coming up, I'd have been the big dog on the block. Because I had people coming in that came in to get their tires rotated. They didn't even come in to buy a car or get an upgrade or nothing. They go, no, I want this guy to sell me a vehicle. I know. Well, I sold you. I've sold you a vehicle. I've upgraded for you. What? You've traded in with me twice. I've hooked your aunt up, your daughter, and now you want this guy? Oh, they didn't like me. So when that UA came in dirty, it was just like the fools at that Holiday Inn. Joe kept going, too legit to quit, because he knew they were messing with me, and little did he know I needed to just get things rolling so I could get back. I didn't know that I was going to get that impression to go back. I had no idea. I had no idea, but there was a reason why. There was a reason why I did what I boned out on him, because otherwise I'd have still probably, who knows, maybe not been there. I'd have just I would have been, I probably would have owned that place and hired someone else to take my, and then I would have been on to, because you can't really tell what would have been, because it wasn't what was supposed to be. So on I am on Christian soldiers. So we move. God, I can't wait to just kiss my wife. I just can't wait to just kiss you so tenderly and sweet. Oh, so absent. A long time being absent without true love, thinking you knew, but it really deep down inside not knowing. So my Bible goes in there. I'm going to McNeil Island. I'm going to McNeil, and it's 3:30. I better wrap this up, because at four, when we get 4 hours, I want to try to, because yeah, I should have known better. You dirty, dirty little wascal. You dirty, dirty little birdie. Oh man, in Missouri, huh? Poor dirty little. Oh, I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna pull this drape real quick and get a little shot of coffee. I'll be right back, because I want to tell you about what happened before I. Yeah, the Bible study that was supposed to take place that went on every night there on that cell block. All right, and then the song, of course. Love you guys. I'll be right back. Um, be right back. All right, right on back for y'all. And particularly one in particular, well, everybody, but at this particular, yeah. So I was happy that my chain bag came, and I was getting out of there, and I didn't have to go to R4 or 5. It was just complete. It was way too full, and they tried to only have rugs the first few in the halls up in R4 and 5. They didn't want them too far up there because it got it's yeah, it wasn't good. It caused a lot of fights, a lot of deaths actually. Some that you won't even. Anyway, so I get all my stuff packed up in this little bag, which isn't a whole lot. Pardon me. I'm gonna try to. You know what? I'm gonna try that again. So it's because it does stay kind of good for a second. There we go. So I got everything in my bag, which was just a Bible and some legal my classification uh, papers because I had already done my little GED and all that stuff, and I didn't need no dental work because that'll shoehorn you, pigeonhole you into a certain place that has which that side is a good thing, to an institution that accepts your custody and also has a facility to take care of your dental because that's just something that they focused on, and I thought was actually about one of very few things it was a was a good attribute. So the guy down the way wants to do his nightly Bible study, and I don't have my Bible, so um yeah, I don't have my Bible, so I tell him, hey, I can't my it's packed up, and he goes, packed up, where are you going, Steen? Because he was down a ways, and it's kind of noisy in there, and most people don't get their bags in that. And there was actually a when that guy came by, and just unexpected because that's when you get them, because they don't want people to know when they're leaving, but you will know the night before, and then you'll leave real early the next day, like 4:30 in the morning usually. So, but not like how they moved me. But anyway, I don't want to get too far ahead on that either. So, because I almost did, thinking of, because some people might, and some people might not already be thinking, well, then why did they? See, they're supposed to let you know. They give you time, and especially when you're in your permanent housing. They give you a 24-hour deal, and then what they do is they make it to where you're they just limit your communication. Then they really listen if you're going to make a phone call, but they usually have, if you're in the jail, they wait till you're locked down before all that happens, or even when you're in prison, so there's no way to try to communicate with the outside to intercept yourself, have somebody break you out of when you're being transported somewhere, which is understandable because there's some real, we had some Ridgeways, and the Bianchis, and which he was a hillside strain. I believe he was down from California, Kevin Bianchi. I was there when they like I said, when they hung him, but I already told you that. Walla Walla, they hung him and Kevin Bianchi and Wesley Allen Dodd, which was the nephew of Lieutenant Dodd that was missing the eye, that opened up that pipe bomb that was left there for him. So which is really the oddest thing how that would, and working at the same prison your nephew's getting his neck stretched at. That's a little short story in itself, plus his eye and all that. And he was a pretty tough guy, man. He would go and he would take his badge off. Back in the day, I heard about this and I don't doubt it at all. He would tell, "Oh, you think I'm," because some people say, "Oh, you think you're tough, take that badge off," and you know how some people did to some officers and stuff. And well, this one you did, and he would go toe to, and he would humbly take his ass whooping, excuse my language, or a lot of times he would be thumping your butt, depending on who you were. So he was that. So it was weird that his nephew was turned out to be a real weirdo. But when I knew him, that all that kind of stopped. Like I said, there were people getting. I heard where they were sitting down in them cells. They weren't chummy, but they wanted good work, our artwork done. And there's people. There was no one around that was doing artwork like these people in prison with these homemade guns and an E string from a guitar. Some phenomenal, like I said, even the ones, these are all just all they looked really really good, even though they were simple and stuff. They were just really very detailed, and got my old smellies to get trying to save their book of stamps. I'm just kidding. I'm just not kidding. But anyway, I don't want to say I'm kidding because that's a scapegoat thing now. I want to try to get off kidding and kid and just focus on the children and the souls of our beloved children. So all my stuff. So he goes, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to McNeil Island." He goes, "Oh, you lucky dude," because that was the place to be. My custody was low enough now, and I just had that little nick on just a little ding on the fender there. So they thought they were gonna. The thing is, and it's gonna sound. They thought they were gonna trip me up. They thought. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that because then that would be. Then I'm going back. Don't want to do that. Don't want to. There's no need to. But that little nick didn't affect my custody from getting to. And they had that program too. That might have been part of it too. They had the DOSA program, which because once you did your 12.5, and if you didn't lose any good time, so you would do a lot less. They also had that program that would get you started in the DOSA program, because that prison facilitated and that program was allowed to function there, because some places they didn't have. So that might have been part of it. But they had that program, and that was one of them new programs they had for people that were, you know. So it it was it wasn't like drug court that everybody thinks is, oh god, what a mess. At least in this, and I can only speak for Pierce County. It was, oh Jesus, Lord have mercy. We're here talking about that. We've gotten to the bottom of that. And that's why it is trembling, because of the fashion of that back strapping. So he's, "Where are you guys?" "I'm going to McNeil Island." He's like, "Oh, you lucky ducks, Dean. Here, this is your lucky day." And I've felt it, but I also was, concerned about what was going on. But I was stunned now because I was one of the few, and he had a couple more bags, but I think he was going upstairs. He was just going down to do his check and come back, because they do that once they start. They want to, because they're being filmed. They just don't have the little check in, so nobody's watching unless they're watching type thing. And so I said, I can't go to that scripture verse. So right about then, as we're making small talk, Ryan, him and his little bald, he's his bald head is just way wider than his little pardon me, Casper Self, and he goes, here, Steen, here, you can use my Bible. And I was like, what the heck is this guy with the Bible? He just Well, what most of the fellows would do, because and Brian knows he'd clean some of them cells out sometimes. They were usually never empty. There was always one person there, gone, another, there was always, very rarely was there just one person there for very long. And there was always somebody in there, is what I'm saying. Very rarely did he have to go in and clean them out. But when he did, there was Bibles. They would get Bibles from the, library that they didn't really want to have to carry, but they had a tiny little room and they had to do it because it was a religious thing, and people used them uh, to prop up their thin mat there as a pillow, which really kept other people from. That's why I thought it was kind of crazy that I had that Nelson Bible sitting there on that desk when I went into IMU. In IMU, intensive management, they had there was a Bible there, so maybe it was a rule. Now I don't know, like the no pork and whatever, which I'm glad of that one. No pun. I don't care. You guys can eat it, and you tell I'll even be right there if you want me to, and that's what you bring it there. I'll fire it right up for you. It's not something I'm going to eat, but you never know. I might whip up we used to cut it. We used to have it, like I said, we would raise it. We used to cut it this thick. We could, because it was on the side, so we'd cut it however we wanted. So, and thick it was, and boy, so very much enjoyed. So there's no judgment there. Uh, so he hands me his Bible, Ryan does, and I'm completely just, and me and the kid, I forgot his name, I'll just call him the kid, look at each other and not want to get too obvious away, because you can see everything in the reflection of the old Vision. They're the slots that are all windows, which now I'm seeing everything cross, as I told you that I was and I can't even, it's nuts, but in a good thing, like God in a nutshell. I love Trey. It's awesome. And I missed you said you were gonna do something on Monday, Sheila, but I'm not gonna, you can't hold people to anything like that, you know what I mean, except what they're aware of, and things happen, and there's, again, don't, you guys, you do what you need to do, and our Father knows your heart, and that's all that matters. So I said, whenever you're ready. But us, we do have a time frame. I was talking to Tori because I was, and she might have been. I just don't want anybody to be. We are on a time frame to get this thing rolling, but when it comes to stuff that you have to be, because sometimes I've shared stuff with people, and then I'll get back on track, that they ended up turning around, and I confided in them, and they turn around and they hurt me. Well, they today I wouldn't even consider it hurting. I would consider it, just allowing me and offering me the opportunity to experience an emotion that is all too, it's it's so familiar, and it's just, and it does hurt. I mean, I guess in that sense it does, but not to the point where it would, I guess when I say hurt, like break. That's why I said that in that letter. If you got that you wouldn't be able to, because I was trying to spare you the I don't know how to let this. I just didn't want to spare you any difficulty or awkwardity, any any discomfort at all, uh, in having me kick rocks around that track a few times, because that's exactly what I had been doing, just singing songs and just singing about the Southland, and the good Lord was just preparing me for that next journey that they were fixing to take me on. And he just took that which isn't and said, okay, my son's going to be faithful. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, where much is expected, much is given, and much has been displayed. So you want to talk about a vulgar display of power. Boy, whew, man, they're from Texas, Pantera. I used to. Well, anyway, I'm gonna get off, way off there. So he hands me this Bible. Me and my new little now born again Smelly is he is he is we're about ready to, high five. We had a little basket made up, a little homemade basket for basketball, a little wadded up paper, and once in a while when they'd go up under the bars, the guard, which he wasn't really supposed to do, he would kick him. He would kick because we weren't supposed to be doing that, but it was nothing else to do. So the reason I said that is because it offered me an opportunity to bend down and tell him, "Wow, praise the good Lord, man." And he's like, "Yeah, isn't that something?" And I'm like, and I can't believe that I'm hearing this guy say this after he told me, listen, and then so we just started talking about, because I was reading the Bible and stuff, and he says, "Oh man, you believe?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I definitely believe. I've seen some stuff, man. That's why I'm here, right here in this cell right now." I said, "Man, I'd have never turned myself in, and these fools never would have caught me. I would have never, ever, 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 ever been caught up in Debo's pigeon coop. You see how that works, sweetheart? Just depends. Come on, man, fool. What you doing, fool? You need to focus in, sucker. Man, I'm gonna you up, boy. Um, so dang it, it's still not focusing in. Whatever. Whatever, baby girl. Now we're almost at 4 hours. You know that, right, sweetheart? There we go. Look, isn't that nice? I don't move. Don't make it. My brows. I just browbeat it just a little. Just brush it just a little. Just kiss it. Sun, kiss it just a little. Just a little bit. Oh man, baby. Oh man, baby girl. So, he said, look, it was 3:57, right at 47. Little stuff. My son goes, Dad, Daddy, Daddy, oh, hemp Daddy. That was my daughter actually came up with that. Hemp Daddy edible hard hit candy. I did the hard hit candy, but she did hemp Daddy edible. She's the one that said, Dad, you gotta put that thing on. She doesn't even smoke. Never has. No, she's never smoked weed. No drugs, no alcohol, no nothing, no crime, no nothing. She's as straight as I can't believe it. Just completely as straight. Just got my little one out there crying. And Mikey, the father of the baby, he's been praying too. Man, I wish he'd spend more time, get to come over here and hang out at night. Of course, I guess only when he wants to. So, I could say something. It was almost as no, the mailman just hasn't got here yet. But she did something. I said, "Oh man!" And I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna say, "Hey," and you put this one on your little board and say, "Hey, what were you gonna say that time about your daughter?" And she was getting something out of the little our little pantry, our little sundry uh staple little shelf. You you ask me, I almost am certain that you're gonna laugh and you're gonna say, "Wow, that's really pretty good." And honey, but you know, and it really was. But honestly, if he would have been here, he might not have thought it was so funny. But we all laughed. It was in good taste, and you know, but so he hands me his Bible. We're basically doing a small celebration in that cell, trying to not be, because we're the last one. We're not in between, so we're the very last one, and he's. It's not like we're not, not noticeable. And I opened the Bible up to the verse that he wants me to go to, and out falls this little slip of paper that they still had, apparently, back in '06. I think it was between the 8th month and 10th month, if I remember the certificate right. And I'll tell you here later. I don't want to be a spoiler alert too far ahead of this or this uh, covenant, basically. Um, Fell out of the Bible. It was just one of the old Gideon. They were the red ones, the green ones, and the blue ones that float around. This one I think was a red one. It was a red one, a hardback one you'd find in a motel or hotel or something that you used to find, at least around here in the Northwest, in the drawers. Most people wouldn't, you'd find it like here in prison. You'd find a few of the ones they thought they were doing, then not doing much debauchery and blasphemy by tearing the pages out that don't have any really words that are mean a whole lot. So this Bible, pardon me, I'm gonna have to go ahead and look at this just real quick, please, if you don't mind. Let's see what we got, people. So, let's see. So out falls this agreement that the chaplain would pass out, but he used to pass. I didn't know they had him anymore, but they would come around with the same cart that they used when I first went to Walla Walla, and the second time they used the same cart in Walla Walla every night to go around up and down those carts, pushing the cart. They had somebody that would, and they had a cop that was right there watching, and you would get. Well, I'll talk about that, but it was a cart that you would get supplies on. Put it that way. And one of those was a thing that you could get, and it was from the chaplain, and you could dedicate your life to Christ, and it had a little prayer, and it said, I, and it was blank, and Ryan Allwyn. It gave the date, and it was 8 something '06 or 10 something. I think it was 8. Maybe it was 9. Like I said, it was 8, and I should know this, but it's a shame on how I don't have it right now, and I've had it for years. That with my beloved prophet daughter Ruth's her AKC uh, certificate, and the sire was Israel's darling Rebecca, and the dame, the sire was, I meant, and then the sire was something else. Uh, but again, I don't want to go too far ahead, but it just strikes a, a memory. So, yeah, this certificate fell out, and I really should be getting going soon. I've already pushed it. Yeah, I think I must. I'll start off tomorrow right here. But I love you, sweetie, if that's, and I believe it is. You should have gotten that letter. Like I said, there's no time here on that, but it was supposed to be today. It was a guaranteed delivery. But so I will pick up where I've left off here anyway. The good Lord willing. If not, we'll be at the banquet feast, and we'll be starting this whole thing. Hopefully, we'll be. Otherwise, I said all that to. Otherwise, we'll see each other tomorrow. So I say till next time. Um, and so I'm gonna get going and then go hold my little grandbaby, whom I love so much. I nared my chest and got too much up on my. I told you that story about when I used Magic Shave for just blacks. Only blacks can use that black man on their face. It's like their hair is something. It's like some kind of wire that I love him, believe me. But I grew up around him, and when that stuff gets in stuff, like it corkscrews its way in everything. It gets in every single thing, and I mean, you can go through your wash, and it goes through. Beloved, I love my people, but it's just that hair. It just gets in. It just isn't. That's why I don't like. Man, Earstein, and they didn't know, they grew up around, and I knew who they were, so I knew they grew up. And they're like, "Here, try that." And nobody knew, and the ones that did are like, "Oh, Steen, if you would have let me know." And I go, "Oh, I know, but you was either taking a nap or something." He's like, "Oh man, I would have told you. You don't ever put that on your white ass face, boy. Don't you know?" You never, ever, 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 ever take your ass in Debo's pigeon coop again. Oh, sweetheart. Oh, man, if that's you, you gotta let me know. We need to March 20th. Please don't take it as a. But that's it. We gotta. Otherwise, I'm just praying that I fall in sooner than it took me to fall out, because that was a long haul, sister, and I mean that very respectfully, baby, as I see it now. My dear beloved, and soon to be consummated fleshly for eternal wife, and yeah, pulled that ring right out of there. She said, "Uh huh. You see? Do you see her? Do you see her now? Why you go through pockets and stuff?" And sure enough, people going through purses and stuff at the thrift store, and they're finding money. And I'm like, "Man, you guys are serious, man?" She slapped me right in the face with that one. Oh, we might not. I might not be in love with her and like her and love her more than herself, but I know what I'll recognize something when, just like I've been for years and I've tried, but you can't do it no more than you can keep a business run. Okay, I'm gonna have to get off, because I'm gonna do a whole segment on that, and I got to be careful on how I do that also, because not that I'm worried about it, I'll just let it rip, and yeah, she knows too. So, but I'm not like that. I'm not like that anymore. And I never ever was a handsy guy like that anyway. I just was I was gonna to the point where sometimes she would just say God, and I wouldn't even do it very hard like that. I wouldn't lash out too much, tongue lash it very much at all. And because I wouldn't have to, it would just, it would hurt, because I don't like hurting people at all. But I've come to that point now where it's gotta, to get out there so people are not harming themselves. Are you serious? And like that vision, all them people with different talents. I seen the same thing. All of us with different talents. No big eyes or little U's. It's a real thing. I've heard this and I never really knew the magnitude and the scope and the I do now. And it's just becoming more apparent and counting more and more people. Oh, see, you it doesn't want it's a miracle that this is even getting what I do know is getting through because they've oh man, and this sucks. I can't even read some of the quick stuff I had to jot down with this thing is either a leak or it's just it's some ballless crap. R2 uh they would have it's probably some kind of India ink though. Oh yeah, it's not good. This isn't something I like some of them old pilots I can whip up because I have a certain technique, a shading that I like. Well, I do all kinds of different stuff, but that's the you learn from that E string. I've watched him do so many tattoos, and things have changed so much. Like I said, we could do a whole segment, and will. But all these different talents, people that are going wow, and they're stepping out and they're becoming more, and they're like wow, and then like Mike, you know. And I don't want to get too far ahead, but everybody claims that we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and I got a whole book full of people, and I don't doubt it. That's why I ran right home. What are you doing, Daddy? Well, I'm going to show you. Are you serious? You're that quick? They ain't missing that much. I said, yeah, but I have something I need to do, and I didn't say I was going to. I just said, mm-hmm. Of all, and I said, yeah, okay. And he said, yeah, they all say that, Steen. And I went, all right, because I've never, ever in my life ever not meant what I said when I said I was going to meet up with somebody. Or I've never said that for the sake of fear, or just to butter someone up for the sake for a conversation. Oh yeah, how you doing, girl? Real nice, just like on. Back to that. Are we back to Friday again? Little devil. Is that what it was? So, Free Willy, man, I need bastard. Him and his little pizza delivery hat. I just would stomp a mud hole in that little grease spot. Anyway, I love you, sweetheart. I really do. You know that, right? You just don't want to make me angry. I mean, you can make me angry. I'm not going to hurt you, but it's, it's all fair in love and war. And, I don't want to make you cry on purpose. I'm not going to be mean. Don't say that. Don't go, oh God, here he goes. It's already happening. The damn honeymoon's over. They say this about these abusive ones. Never, ever have I been that way. Never, ever, 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 ever. But you already know that. So it's going to be, so man, I'm hoping way before 20th because I'm going to be loading him up. I'm thinking he said between 45 days, and that's something. I just got confirmation a week ago or so that he's moving. Now that just got close, just he's already moved. That's how my boy does it, and he's from here. And so we're gonna have to get to that. I'm gonna have to get and talk about that, about some things that are happening. But I have to be. We need to talk. We need to communicate. Even if we're not going to hitch up that way, we need to communicate so that I can tell you some things, and because I can't trust everything that's going on here either. And so, but I'm done now. I'm done being, and I love you, but I'm done being secret squirrel stuff like that. I want to talk to you. So please, I want to I want to watch you talk, and I want to be able to communicate with you. We can do enough of that when we need to navigate other stuff, which you'll once you get, and you're gonna get plugged in too, and you're gonna be like, wow, or not, or you'll be like, oh yeah, this is awesome, but we'll just do what we're doing. But I know you're gonna be like, wow, this is powder for both of us, little Casper, and he's got a little Casperette. So hopefully somebody, because the Lord told I've been fighting long and hard, girl, something that it's going to just take. Eventually, you're going to understand. Eventually, sooner or later. So whether you're my bride for now or not, you're going to come to that through the sisterhood of who is exactly and how and why and where and what and when and exactly for what reason. And it has weight and significance and substance and harmony all of its own. It's a thing. And ring a ding ding. God, that part of that movie creeped me out. But I did like Denzel Washington in that. Just like they do the fallen thing, and it's something like that. And that I didn't know we had a cat. I didn't know we had a damn cat. It's that damn Cheeto dust. You'll see it. Yeah. Oh man. Don't get me started. We need to, and then once we get rolling, just yeah. Already had plenty of time. So okay, there was a fire. We lit a little fire, got a little incentive going. Well, you made us okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead, boss man. Just go ahead and we went ahead and we started to make it look like now all of a sudden that it was never that way. It was always just like we were led to. Just be patient and say what you're led to say. They're going to pick up what they need to and leave the rest. And what I seen, like I said, I was supposed to hold on to. So all this is going on at the same time. I'm praying, please don't lift your head up. At the same place he hosed out my. Come on, man. And I seen this. I seen that in his eyes. Darkness, black blood. It was just had no life in it. The blood, it just cried out. It just was out and out and out and out, and it just was over and out. And then in that, the counterpart, if it's just the same damn thing, just some dolled up, weird, carnal, squeaky clean bowl that's housing a lot of roca, just all suited up for success and nowhere to go and in a hurry to get there. You remember the bus driver that, well, there's another, remember, and I told you about that. I got good news and bad news. The bad news is we're lost and I have no idea where we're going. The good news is we're making excellent time. So, and I seen and it was later, but I thought, yeah, how could, because when I looked at that, and I'm not a pervert anymore, but I'm a man. I'm like, well, yeah, of course, for an older woman, absolutely gorgeous, but it didn't even taste right. It tasted like it was, yeah, it was not good. It was that phlegmy, nasty. You're starting to get a little cold, and your throat's starting to hurt, and you cough, and you, oh yeah, this isn't good. Yeah, sweetheart, I'm gonna have to really be gargling with some Listerine and brushing, probably 7 times a day instead of 3, and gargling and flossing. This is just not good, baby, because I really do want to just at least be able to kiss you, just even it's on your head. It's gonna happen. I've been fighting long and damn hard. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to see that. And I certainly didn't know I could see that. I seen that in old Belladonna. And some of that was for you too, sweetheart, especially right at the end. Oh man, this morning I was like, yeah. Yeah, when I hear it, I hear, how could you hear something different in the same song? Well, it's easy when you're, you oh yeah. When you are, that pirate you are. Or not, you'll still be my Huckleberry Hound. Mm. So I'm going to go now. Ready to change. That song was still playing in my head, and I don't even know if she said that, but I think she might have. So, yeah, I like to just lay down about an hour, even a little more before bed, and even just read and be still and quiet. Just read a good story and unwind, and then sleep. I like sleep. I know it's early. It's only 5 something, but man, sometimes with the baby, you're up early. They're looking at a house with 7 rooms in it in Tacoma, and they're not doing good things in Tacoma right now. And I hated to say it, but I didn't. Only the people that I and they've stopped saying, "Oh man, stop that! You sound crazy." Now I know why they just stopped doing that now because, Daddy, you were right. We're we got a flat tire here, and that's not something I'm just like, hey man, do you got a jack in your car? And why are you? We're just going. I said, you got a jack in your car? Do you have Mikey? Because he doesn't. You have to check his. What's that? Do you hear that noise? That's dude. Do you know there's no oil in here? Do you check your oil ever? Hey man, do you ever check your water? Do you know? No, 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 Roy, I don't drink water. I said, I know, Wes. I said, that's the issue. You need to start drinking more water. And again, I don't want to be a flick snitch, but that's my Shasta County getting chapter that I'm going to get to that I had no idea I'd been to before. I knew I'd been down there before that little, another one bites the dust at the bite there New Year's Eve when old Bobby Boy went ahead, and that was the last time that ever happened to me in any way, shape, or form. I've never voluntarily been volunteered in any homosexual activity, none, other than with the with well, I'm not going to get into that with the opposite sex of the same doing. So anyway, yeah, that because this has got to be a children's show eventually, and I don't want them to go. God, we're going to have to edit this part. I just won't involve that. That's it. I'm not that that's what it wasn't trying to do to me, and many other things. Me and old Ridgeway, and I know I brushed shoulders with that sicko hitchhiking on the when my aunt moved up there and was cooking big time up there, and I was I know I've gotten a ride from that weirdo, and then to have his clothes anyway, I'm gonna go. I love you guys, and then tomorrow I'll start where Brian left off, and he's just resting, and yeah. So we will have a good evening tonight, and I love you, and I'm gonna get this downloaded. And thank you for responding to my hi. And again, here I'm not trying to be. It's just if this is by followers, I don't. Do you know that's what exactly why we are? That's what tried to force. Said patiently, just braiding that patiently, going, God, are they going to stop doing what they're doing for extra mulligans for their sins that they're just abominations, a lot right against the temple of the right against the body and body, they become one. It's not a pretty sight. The eyes of the good Lord, which it's just it's not a it's not a good chapter to have to revisit. So yeah, that's why I say just write your own up and just There you go. Okay, so I love you guys. Hopefully you got yours, and and then that way, either way, we'll get moving. We'll I'll be able to do. Well, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, but you'll. It's gonna be a win-win either way. It's gonna be a win-win because you'll know more things, I'll know more things, and we'll rock and roll. You see that twinkle in my eye? That's for you. That's for you. That's only the good Lord can do that. Oh man. And yes, the closer I get, the better I look. I'm even seeing that myself. It's just the way it is. That's how reality works. That's how it is. It's although those are some pretty big gougers up there, man. Whew, I've had so many injuries to my head. It ain't funny. It's amazing. It's even to want to talk about bust a grape there, my love. Oh man, there's a God and he loves you. He loves you and he loves me and he loves us. And I think they might even be a little green tonight. Sometimes they get real green. Okay, well, I love you. And I really hope sooner than later, like I said, I'm going to be packing his stuff up and helping him move down there. She's going to drive the U-Haul, a big one, because they got a lot of stuff. Here's the plan. And, we're running this by the good Lord's lining it up. So if you want to hear God laugh, like I told Axel Grease, tell him your plans. So let's see. She's going to drive the big U-Haul. This is the plan. I told him what we're going to do. And he goes, man, that's exactly what I was thinking. I said, here's what we're going to do, bro. And this is what we need to do. And he goes, well, I need your help down here. And I said, well, I need my license. He goes, I helped you with them videos. That's what I said. I'm getting some good help from some solid brothers and sisters. Oh, so many people I could, but not what I'm led to do. He says, I need my license. I got to study for that. And I got to do it like soon. And you know how I am when it comes to book work, So let's see. The big U-Haul, I said to last night, I said, so you got it. So he was celebrating. And I said, oh, you guys are going to love him. You're going to love him. He'll have on his property. He's trying to get this one property. He just got the one settled. He's trying to get this other one. He always has bonfires and stuff. And of course, I like my water, but you guys will like him. He's cool. And now he's a Sabbath keeper. Now he said, oh, because of you, bro. And I said, well, no, because of him, and his wife also. But they got to get them horses together too. But I said, here's how we're going to do it because of the closing yesterday. And I don't want to go because, gosh, now we're 27 over time, sweetheart, because you're hanging in there. And I just don't want to lose you because I need to get there so we can do this. It's only 600. I looked it up. It's like 600 miles. But real quick, I'll just roll this up. I said, okay, she's going to get the real big U-Haul. We're going to get the stuff loaded up, all wrapped up good because I've moved many, many people. I used to do that kind of on the side from a guy that we used to do. Well, also Mayflower, starving students and stuff like that. We'll wrap it up all nice. We'll get it going. Plus, he's done many. He knows. And, I was trying to be a little smart, but he laughed. He goes, yeah, right, bro. So, like I'm telling him anything new. So, and then get that loaded up, trailer what it can, get a trailer if we can get that loaded up with that, and then his big old monster of a truck. I don't know if and it loaded up with the big monster trailer, and then mine with I've been weeding because I'm pretty thrifty and stuff. Like I said, I'll get rid of a lot of stuff, mostly just my tools and just stuff. So hopefully I'm hoping I'll have a half of a truck load full. I'm going to try to get some sides built, and then put the other half of his in the other half of that bed, and then a trailer because it's has a tow package all ready for whatever lights are the two standards, like the old two standards of the of a you always want two plugs when you're having when you're moving. If you move, you only want to have a couple two plugs for a dryer, so you always want two plugs of a trailer. It's already, God, he hooked me up. What a blessing. um I just got to just stay some standard maintenance. So and then I said we're gonna load mine up, trailer up with the rest of your stuff, and then somebody's gonna have to pull them horses. And I said hopefully we won't have to come back until unless my daughter needs some help. I'll have to come up here and move her to Tacoma. Which, God, I hope the house she was just referring to isn't where I've been, and I think she's looking now. But it's just something she didn't really pay attention, and she should know the ad. She should know it because she knows the area real well. Um. So, and he goes, "Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, bro. That's exactly what I was thinking. So you need to get studying for that license and get cracking on that, because he could pass that real easy." So my daughter's laughed at me today. She goes, "Dad," and I said, "And you can laugh at me all you want, little missy. You go ahead and laugh." I said, "But the fact of the matter is, when I was only 16 and a half, I already had my permit, and I got mine out of a little kiddie prison in Maple Lane, and then went down to same place, right, not far from where Tammy and then my dad was in that cooler for a while. I went to Lewis County and got my thing from the driver's ed, because the school district goes in and did a little deal. And I told you about them big uh, simulators they had, and then the teacher that let us go right up from Grand Mound, that I ended up moving back and getting a job at Little Red Barn, right there, right there in Rochester, where I met Tammy in Maple Lane. I forgot to even make that connection, which is just right down the road. Forgot to even see how this works. It's just, oh, and the Lord's, and he's laughing, going, "Oh, and there's you could say, if I was to, you would be, that's all you would be doing from now until eternity. All you would be doing would be making connections upon connection and counting." See, it's literally such a triple, quadruple, 70 times 7 cross. It is just, talk about love covers. It's amazing. So, and that's just a metaphor. That's the 70 times 7 thing, because, but then it's also could be literal. Um, No, I just got a real good blast of the Holy Spirit, and I need to get off here, people. We need to talk. You and I, Millie, need to talk. Need to meet and talk, and so we can get moving on this, and we can get to, because I'm going to be winning souls anyway. But so I can get to the next step where I need to be in my yeah, in my fullness, in hers, yours. I'm hoping, so we can get move forward. Um let's see. Yeah, I'm just going to go. I got to go. I have to just get off here, or I'm going to stay on here, and I got to get rolling. Um but yeah, that's it. So that's the whole thing there in a nutshell. Is That's it. He's got 45 days now or something like that. 45, and he's waiting for the other one to, so I don't know. I think he said 45 days, but I don't know. I hope it'll be way before then that you and I'll be at least talking, actually talking, so that I can, because it's only 600 miles from there up to Ohio. And did you like that? Oh, hi. Oh, I can't do this. I'm too simple minded for that, sweetie. You got to, every time that happens, thank you. Say thank you, Lord. Say thank you, Lord. When I say the neighbor's kid, it's not to be a, because maybe some of them are the neighbor's kids. A lot of them really, uh, it's, that's just something they used to say when my mom, way back when. Can you imagine Safeway, someone with a cigarette, that's an ash hanging out of their mouth with their hairs in rollers and a bandana, usually a red one, and sometimes a blue one. Just think what would have been, and with just full bullets, just running the kid, whack, 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 running them in circles because they're acting up, and people just stopping and waiting and checking out. Well, right, why they're there, they're looking at. It's not on their list. What the hell? It is Fruity Pebbles. Same thing. I'm getting my butt whipped over because I didn't, whatever it was, and I just took the prize out of it and didn't finish it. Or, but you don't see, didn't see stuff like that now. It's like, okay, go ahead. I dare you to. I got it on speed dial. Just like some of the domestic stuff. Go ahead. I'll just call the police. Go ahead. And that'll make a whole hell of, because I'm kind of, most of us are so messed up, we're going to go back to each other, and then it's going to cause us all financial crap. And I'll never, that's why ever, you got to meet, never want that to happen again. I've got enough sense for that. I've been in that. See, you see how that's from that nair, because I do myself, and I got it. Usually I don't put it that, I'll just shave like that. It doesn't do that anywhere else on my body. Just right there, if I let it sit too long, because I'm doing my own back. A lot of times I won't ask. I don't. When I said when she says get your wife to do that, that's other stuff like, hey, I need your help with this figure, or sign this witness. I need some, but just, because she's hurt. I understand it. I'm not even going to be mean and say, that's that's why I still, and just, well, hi, baby boy. Okay, well, here, I'm done. I'm gonna get done shooting this video, and then we'll talk. Okay, sonny boy. Okay, I love you, honey. Um. So yeah, I just noticed how it's been on fire, because I left it on there. Left it on there because actually my son was going to put on some gloves and do my back for me. Actually, if you want to know the truth, which that's why I like to roll, and I wasn't trying to keep it. I just, now I'm 37 minutes over my four, which is just absolutely a lot of time anyway for a video. They're gonna have to piece that out. But I usually put it on that cellophane, like I said. I'm not kidding you, because I don't want just anybody touching my back. I'm not going back to her with that old happy finish now anyway, and I don't even think she's open because of the little you're you know so I'll just rub it like a little old bear. And sometimes when you just try to get thorough, so you're not having to go back and if you want something done right, you got to do it right. You're done right. You got to do it yourself. And sometimes that's even kind of an oxymoron, because you're doing it yourself, but it's really not right. Cellophane with tacks, which now the tacks are there, but the cellophane's gone because I've pulled it off, and then you want to let it sit an extra longer than you should, because you want that hair off your back, because I don't like stinky old nasty hair on my body. I don't mind it on yours, sweetheart. On my wife's, I don't care. She can have hairy armpits, hairy legs. I don't care. When I'm in love with somebody, it don't even, and honestly, it don't matter. It doesn't, once I fall in love with somebody, it's so, yeah, I don't care. It doesn't, I mean, I care, but I care about them. I don't care about how they look. I care about who they are, who they're becoming. I do not care about how they look at all. It doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't bothers me. It concerns me when it starts concerning them, and it's go, oh, sweetie, would you stop that, please? You don't need, like my mother has got, my grandmother, all them. It was Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe, but it was, oh my gosh, it was spooky at some times, and oh, here I go, I'm getting off track, and it was sweet and it was bitter at others. I'm gonna go. Do you see what you do to me? Do you see? what you're gonna be doing to me. Oh, just make it just hurt so good. Okay, I'm gonna go. I gotta go. All right, I'm gonna go. Bye. I gotta go.